strat, Mr. Hinamizawa himself.
Wait, new strat? That's the narration for the rest of the stream.
Low key, I think it's a play.
We whip out. Oh, whoa. What if? Now, stay with me now. What if I, like, unveiled my camera and I looked like an entire witch? Like, old, wrinkly skin, warts and all. Think about it. I feel like that would be a really good twist. I'm gonna get out of the way. I'm not a witch. I'm sorry. It's an idea I just came up with right now. If I could transform into a witch right now, I would. But I'm not. I thought you were doing Oreo cosplay. Honestly, yeah, that would also be funny. That would also be funny. Holy shit, he's a witch. You got the nose down. I think we can just go back to this one. I think we can just go back to this one. Yeah, guys, we're back for Higurashi again. Yay! Yippee! So this, I'm still kind of getting. Hopefully you guys can't hear it in my voice too much. I'm still kind of getting over like a cold I had. Like it's kind of hovering. So I feel like pretty congested and stuff. But I think like I'm good enough to make some moves. But it'll probably be a reasonably shorter stream because of that. So not like a 10-hour Andy or anything. You recovered from Reze? Oh yeah. Yeah, that Chainsaw Man movie was really good. That was something I actually watched like almost 2 weeks ago. It just took a long time for me to like experiment with copyright and get it out. So yeah, I recovered from that without anybody even knowing I had watched it. But yeah, that was a pretty brutal one, man. I think I got a comment on it that was pretty funny of like something about how like, man, you seem like genuinely lonely. And it's like, yeah, man, maybe I am genuinely lonely. Like, sure, man, thanks, man. I don't know. I was like called out in the comments of that video, which is pretty funny. Higurashi wise, we just finished the prologue. The me side clip, real. You still have us. I feel like that might make it worse. Wait, low key? You have us. Wait, low key? That might be worse. Let me see if I can figure out why. Well, because there's the feeling of being lonely in a crowd is really brutal. Like if you've ever felt that before, where you're surrounded by like friends or family, and you're like, wow, I feel incredibly alone. It's like low-key worse than if you're straight up alone, because it makes you think that like even being around people won't help, you know? Can you do the Riz face? Can I? Think about it. I don't even know how I'm alone when I can whip that out, you know? I've been pulling that out like randomly at strangers and they don't approach. I don't get it. You'd think, like, if a guy did that to me, yeah, I'm leaving. I'm always gonna be alone. Nobody ever picks... No girl ever likes a sweet guy like me. Man, nice guys, they always finish last. Man, I really wish they wouldn't just go for Chad all the time. For Chad, who only likes them because of their looks. No, that's not like me. I'm a nice guy. I don't like you just because you have massive boobies and a pretty face. No, I like you because your personality that I haven't met yet. Lean into the twink side of yourself more. The jawline scares them off. Yeah, let me just rip off my jaw. Gym arc soon. I'm going to kill you. Think about it. College got canceled because of snow, so now I get to watch the stream. W. And yet I come in on the massive boobies comment. I regret this. L. I just can't get a win. It was a bit. You walked in the middle of the bit, so you didn't get the bit. That's unlucky. You walked in the middle of the bit. You have anime girls? I don't even have them. They're stuck in the screen. Like, dude, if an anime girl, if I physically could touch and be in a relationship with an anime girl, yeah, I wouldn't be alone. But guess what? I can't. I inherently do not have them. Because they are unable to be had. Because they are stuck. You got that bald man in the background? I have a picture of Mur, but I don't have Mur. I got no one. I'm alone. The articles? I don't know what you're talking about. There's like people that like marry their like AI chatbots. It's kind of like that. Just get a robot for your AI waifu. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what you mean. Like, I don't know, bro. Chat, you know what? If nothing else, I have me. And maybe, just maybe that's enough. This, but unironically. Low-key, I've been on my, like, monk shit, bro. Like, my self-love, self-acceptance thing is so OP that, like, I actually think I could die and never, I think I could never, like, be in a relationship in the rest of my life, and I would still be reasonably content. Isn't that crazy? I think I actually conquered it. But I still want it, of course, but I just don't need it. I think I've reached, like, inner peace. I'm not living alone, no. I'm living with family right now. I was living alone for a few years, though, when I went to college. Well, I had roommates for some of the years, but, yeah. AI waifu on stream who will talk with you. I just need to make, like, a Neuro-sama. Is it Neuro? The AI streamer? I need to make a Neurobot, but it's... Oh, Pink AI! Wait! I should make my own Neuro LLM bot, but Pink AI. I'll, like, code it myself. And then they could be a supplement to the stream. Wait, that'd actually be fun. That would be... I bet it's hard. I bet it's hard to do something like that. Mold AI. Shadow, thank you for the resubscription. 8 for 8, chapter 8. Let's get this bread. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Self-cessed. Honestly, if I could, like, date myself, I would. Or, like, low-key, call me narcissist, bro. I'm out here. I'm out here in my own sheets, in my own streets, making my own plays. Call that masturbation. You know what I mean? Okanogi AI. Alright. But it's like, because, like, I'm the best, so why would I want anybody else? Like low-key, high-key. High-key? And, like, I know what makes me happy. Dude, like, my dream is that, like, I can just be play D&D with myself. Imagine 8 versions of myself all playing D&D together. That'd be awesome. The extreme version of would you let your daughter date a guy like you? I would date a guy like me. I would just, because I like me. And so that would be primo. You know? Because I love my, like, y'all hear self-love and you don't take it to self-cessed? What are you doing? Like, non-committal Andy. Come on, take it all the way. That's the epitome of self-love. Is that you would, like, rail yourself. Okay, I'll calm down. If you would date yourself, that means you're doing something great. Exactly. Exactly. Especially if I had, like a lot of the feminine characteristics that I typically enjoy. Like a gender-bent version of myself, I'm in. A non-gender-bent version of myself, I'm probably still in. But, like, a gender-bent version of myself, oh, I'm in. Though I guess pregnancy would be pretty bad. That'd be like, yeah. But I don't need to get her pregnant. That'd be fine. Low-key, I would hate getting pregnant. That shit sounds hard. That shit sounds really hard. You know? So, like, I don't even need to get her pregnant. We can just adopt. Oh my goodness, going out with a female version of myself and adopting kids. It's peak. Is your gender bend self thick? In the right places, although, you know. I think she has some wide hips. You know, wide hips, slim, thick a little bit. She got that little bit of tum-tum. That little bit of tummy, so there's just a little bit of that, like, a little bit of the jiggle in there. You know? Just a little bit. Just for a little bit of volume, you know, a nice back. Are you straight? I'm like a little bi, but I'm like typically straight. Like most of what I'm attracted to is feminine characteristics, but there are like certain like male people that I do find attractive and could see something with. But I lean feminine attracted more than anything else. Is Pink thick? She'll be a twig. Chat, I'm thick. No. Okay. I'm I'm thin because of diet, alright? Homegirl, I'll cook for her. Pink is lonely and horny. I'm not even horny. He was straight till I turned on cam in VC. Yo, low-key it's dangerous to tie together, loneliness and horniness. That's probably how a lot of people get mind broken. Right? That those things get connected, and then the only way they feel less lonely is if they, like, jack off, and then the only way they jack off is so that they don't feel more, like, lonely. Yeah. I mean, kind of real. That's just kind of how it be, man. Oh, man. But now I just want to, like, chat. Now I want to just go out to, like, a singles mixer. I need to find my girlfriend. Oh, I need to go find a girlfriend. Oh, man. Yo, who brought up Reze? Who brought up the Reze arc? How dare you? Which one of you did that? How dare you? How dare you make me think of this? Tor. How could you do this to me, Tor? Unlucky. Hinge arc returns, chat. I'm banned off of Hinge. I can't. I checked the other day. I reopened Hinge, and it was like, you're still banned, and I was like, understood, and then I deleted Hinge. I'm cooked! You got banned? Yeah. How did that happen? Okay, so like what I did is I had a copy pasta. Listen, okay, the problem with Hinge, because I tried Hinge like genuinely for like a while, and I did go on a date. I did eventually go on a date, and I chatted with people a little bit. So like it was somewhat successful, but for some reason my account like got lost, but it let me make a new account. So I made a new account, right? And with my new account, I was like, I'm going to test something. I'm going to write out a message, and I'm going to send the same message to every girl, with the idea being that I don't need to spend time creating custom messages. I can just do my Hinge like I'm doing dailies in a gacha. I'm in and out, 5 minutes, right? I just find the good ones, and I send them stuff. It's just the copy pasta, so I don't actually have to, like, spend the time to, like, draft real messages. And so I'm like, okay, I need a universal copy pasta, one that would work for any girl. So I wrote out, please, 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 I beg you, please, 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 I'm desperate, please, please, please. Copied that, and proceeded to only send that for, like, a few weeks, to dozens and dozens of girls. And then I was banned. So, yeah. So I was banned for that. But, like, I don't think that was wrong of me. I think it just flagged me as a bot. I think I was flagged as a bot. Chat, it thought I was a bot. It didn't, like, chat, that doesn't mean I did anything wrong. It incorrectly flagged me as a bot and banned my account permanently without having any checks. It just banned me. So, yeah. It was wrong. Brother. WTF. Freak. Okay. Interesting dynamic here. Interesting. I think it was a wonderful experience. Are you okay? Yes. This was like a year ago. This was like, yeah, probably about a year ago. This was like a year ago. This was a while ago. What was the difference between you and a script? Yeah, I basically was a bot. Yeah. How many women did you message and all of them ignored? They didn't all ignore. I got a few replies. I catfish men with an AI woman and I'm not even banned. L dater. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Wait. What's the play there? Okay, because I don't even hate the play. I'm just, why? Why? The play is kind of insane, but, like, what are you getting out of that? Because, like, you know, I don't know, are you doing, like a OnlyFans pivot? Right? Where it's, like, you catfish a bunch of people and then try to get them to, like, go to your site where you're, like, you have, like, an AI OnlyFans account and to get money. I could understand that. I think it's probably wrong, but I can understand it. Yeah. I don't do it. My friend does it for money. Yeah, the OnlyFans pivot. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. Hey, that's, you know, I can understand that idea. I think that's probably morally wrong. I think catfishing lonely people in order to make money is probably morally wrong. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. And I'm not, yeah, it's crazy to not be banned for that. I mean, yeah, with how good, dude, honestly, with how good AI is nowadays, I low-key, I think there's a very small difference between, the person that makes an AI catfish to do that versus a girl actually just doing that. Like, what's the difference? Like, the difference is the catfish part, of course, but with how good AI is, there's no way people are going to be able to, like, be like, oh, let's get this account banned for AI. Like, I don't think people are going to be able to tell, you know? Most of the accounts that I would go through, like, those could be AI at this point. I wouldn't know. You just need to date a viewer. Deli, I know you're 18 now. No. No. I would feel real like that, dude. That is such a cooked thing to say.
Chat, I'm gonna become a content creator so I can date my viewers. Chat, you think it's a good idea? That's not a power dynamic problem.
Both are scams. Exactly. Exactly. I didn't even mention myself. It's implied. I'm not dating FBI. AG, thoughts? Wait, AG. At AG. At AG? At AG. At AG? Thoughts? Think about it. It's normal. I feel like it's... I think it'd be risky. Like... Yeah. I'm straight. Sorry, man. Even after you saw my face. Frick you. Yeah, no, I think I'd be like intuitively... Like, well, it kind of depends on like viewer. Like... I don't know. Because there's ways to like interact with your viewers that I think are inappropriate. Obviously. And I think that could very well fall into that category. But like, there is a case that like a lot of the people in like the Discord, for example, are people that I talk to enough that like I actually like know pretty well. And so if one of them was a beautiful woman that lived close to me, then yeah. And they were interested in me, then yeah, I would bounce. All right. I would make it happen, you know? But it would be like, just because they found that we like found each other through me being viewed, like the relationship we would have in socializing online would not be one of a viewer to a streamer. It would be one of like a person to a person. I feel like that's the tech, right? When you get a girlfriend, she will be your viewer anyway. I hope not. That is, by the way, you have no idea, by the way, the horror of realizing like, cause I'm like, trying to like socialize a lot nowadays. Well, I've kind of like gone into my like hibernation era recently, but overall I've been like socializing a lot. And the horror of like, oh, if I like actually like started to become interested in a girl, I'm gonna eventually be asked like, what do you do for work?
Yeah, I'm a YouTuber. Like, oh my goodness, we're cooked. We're cooked.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I watch anime. I don't know, bro. It's just like, and the thing is, if she isn't willing to accept that about me, then of course it would never work in the first place. But I feel like that's just such a hard sell. I'm like self-conscious about it, bro. It's just like, oh man. Yeah. I professionally react to media. Dude, law school, I don't want to spend $1 million every second of every day of my life doing shit I hate. I'd just kill myself. Like, are we being honest? Yeah. Or like a sugar mommy. I'd be down with a sugar mommy. I'd watch whatever she wanted. Yo, if she wanted me to like react to like yaoi, I would react to yaoi. Please, just give me love, attention, and money, and you're in. You're in? Satoshi reference? Think about it. Think about it. Should we actually play the game? Speaking of Satoshi, holy pivot. The best pivot I've ever made. Sugar mommy into urine into... Oh, welcome. Oh, thank you. Wow. Working on it. Just wait a few years. Thank you. I'll be the sugar. Can you get me a mommy too? Okay, you're my sugar daddy, and you set me up with your sugar daughter. Think about it! Wait, you're the sugar daddy, and you set me up with your sugar daughter. So for your sugar family. I am breaking this wide open right now. We can really make something happen here. Don't say sugar daughter. It's not my sugar daughter, it's my sugar daddy's sugar daughter. I guess the problem is it's incestuous, right? Because they're my sugar daddy, which makes me the sugar son, and then their sugar daughter would be someone that I would be like sugar siblings with. So I'd like date my sugar sibling. Do you think it's wrong to date a sugar sibling? You want my daughter who isn't even born yet? I am not asking you to be my sugar. No. Sugar daughter isn't your sugar daddy's blood daughter. It's your sugar daddy's other sugar baby. Right? Sugar suicide. I've never been asked that. Welcome! Yeah, it's not... Well, I guess, okay, if I had a sugar daddy and they had a sugar daughter and they wanted to set me up with their sugar daughter... Oh, no. If I had a sugar daddy and they had a blood daughter and they wanted to set me up with their blood daughter, that could be okay. It would just be like their daughter would be a piece of sugar. Like, because normally a sugar daddy gives you money, but what if your sugar daddy gives you a girlfriend? Their blood daughter. Oh, but I guess giving you implies that she's property to be handed off, which would be wrong. Setting up would be better, that like they're able to fall in love naturally. So that's one route, is that the sugar daddy's blood daughter, and that's like a setup thing. And I think there actually, unironically, is a way to do that ethically, which is, I think, hilarious. But then what I was originally talking about is your sugar daddy has another sugar baby who is a female, therefore sugar daughter, therefore sugar siblings, therefore date your sugar sibling. Money plus relationship. Win. Eugenics quote. I'm so confused. I don't understand what you're hung up on. Are you confused mechanically or are you confused idealistically? So much sugar. This person gets it. Sugar, Alabama. Yes. 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 Or like, oh my goodness, think about this. Okay, last thing. I don't get it drawn on a board. No. Listen. Okay, you know what? Listen. Okay. There are like 3 routes. There's 3 routes. There's daddy. Daddy's a fat old bastard. Daddy. You. Sugar baby. Right? So, this is daddy. This is a sugar baby. You're another sugar baby. Right? Sugar. I'm gonna write wait. Sugar. So you have a sugar baby relationship here, and then these 2 sugar siblings. How do you spell sugar? What? Sugar siblings. I need a better tool. I need better tools. Okay. Okay. Sugar daddy. Oh wait, don't draw this on this layer. New layer. Okay. Sugar daddy. Fat. Because he's full of money. Right? Fat because he's full of money. And then we have you. YN. Okay, no. You, it makes more sense. You. And then boom, boom. Another sugar baby. Sugar baby. Okay. And then this is a sugar baby relationship. Okay. And then that makes you 2 sugar siblings. Right? Sugar siblings. Okay? However, now this is why I did it here so I could copy paste. Sugar. How do you spell sugar? Wait, what? Is it with an A? Okay, wait. Okay. Whoa. Okay. That is bad. Okay. These are A's. These are all A's. Okay. Sugar babies. Sugar. Okay. 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 Sugar baby. That one was a misplay. I'm sorry. Okay. Sugar siblings. However, you could also have a blood connection here instead, which makes them not a sugar baby anymore, right? They're no longer a sugar baby because they have blood, so you're not sugar siblings. I don't know what you call this anymore. Or, and this is why I brought up the thing here. Think about this. Blood. Okay, so these are our three dynamics. Oh. Okay, so these are like your three dynamics, right? Either you're both sugar babies. I guess this is kind of, we can kind of adjust this. Either you're both sugar babies. Okay. Or I guess there's one more. Where you're both blood. Right? Blood baby. I don't know about blood baby. I don't think I like that term. Okay. And this is sibling. This relationship is sibling, which would be incest. Yeah, now it's just incest. Yeah, how do the Germans factor into this? Sibling, incest. Sugar siblings. Okay, so here are four dynamics, right? If you're both sugar babies, you're sugar siblings. If you're both blood related, you're normal siblings, which makes it incest. However, what if you're a sugar baby and they're the blood baby? Or you're the blood baby and they're the sugar baby? Then what are you? WTD, thank you for the follow. Then what are you? Because what is sugar incest? Well, I don't think this is sugar incest, but sugar incest is morally permissible. I made it finally. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We'll get to Higurashi in a second, I promise. Sugar siblings, aka, I'll even write sugar incest. Morally okay? Morally frowned upon. But the real question is, what do we feel? Are these relationships? I feel like we have like a gradient scale. I think it just says dead wife right here. We have a gradient scale, right? Of like permissibility. Is it a gradient? Where did these go on the gradient? Right? These are like in the middle. Okay. So to TLDR this, to really tie this all together. If you're both sugar babies, it's sugar incest. I think that's morally okay. If you're both blood babies, then that's normal incest because you're just siblings. That's morally frowned upon. However, we have a really interesting dynamic here where what if you're a sugar baby and they're a blood baby and you guys get together? What are you, right? You're not siblings, but you're also not sugar siblings. You're like bloody sugar siblings. Bloody sugar siblings. I think that's our terminology, actually. Bloody sugar siblings. And is that morally acceptable to date your bloody sugar sibling? I don't know. I think it could be. I think hypothetically, this is a high skill level moral quandary, but I think it is feasible. It's like dating your father's girlfriend. No, it's dating your father's sugar baby. They're only financially giving stuff to them, right? I guess it depends. What is the sugar baby relationship? Right? Is the sugar relationship sugar baby relationship between you or your father and their sugar baby, one of romantic attraction, which then puts you into a love triangle. Difficult. Bloody sugar baby. And this is a high elo moral question. Okay, and we've got it. Sugar incest, I give the pass to. Normal incest, I do not give the pass to. Bloody sugar baby incest, or bloody sugar sibling incest, it's a high elo question. Sorry, wait, we have to fix this. It's not a bloody sugar baby, this is bloody sugar siblings. I made a misclick here. And then we'll play Higurashi. I feel like we can figure this out, yeah? I think we're good. I think we solved Higurashi, actually. Okay, what are you on about? I've solved something here. Sugar incest between two sugar babies is okay from, of course, the same sugar father. Normal incest with the same father, you know, frowned upon. Bloody sugar siblings, bloody sugar incest. Maybe there's something to be talked about. We're saving this. This is probably relevant for chapter 8. Could I become your sugar baby? No, I'm not rich enough. How is this, how do we tie this to anything else on the board? Oh. We tie this relationship to this is Satoko and Satoshi. Not incest, but siblings. There we go. Now it's tied in. Alright, we figured it out. This is connected to Higurashi because, of course. Boom. Yeah. Yeah, and if we ever shipped Rena and Rena, that's a great point. Yes, exactly. Unironically. Absolutely unironically. Oh my goodness, wait, you just really opened something up here. This relationship is unironically Rena. This is actually Rena and Rena. I'm not even trolling. Rena and Rena. Actually, I'm not even trolling. So, Rena and Rena are bloody sugar siblings. I'm not even trolling. I'm not even trolling. I don't even think I have Rena on this. She was not important enough. But yeah, I'm gonna write this in my notes for Rena. Bloody sugar siblings with Rena. And then this. Boom! We did it. Absolutely unironic, we did it. That's actually awesome. Yeah, they're bloody sugar siblings. Of course, there's not a romantic relationship between them, but that's not even necessary in talking about the description, right? That is not even talking about that's not even a necessary component. That's just opening the door of, well, what if you add incest in, right? That's simply adding incest into the equation. That's not foundational to the equation itself. Whew, okay. Welcome. Thank you. Honestly, Higurashi, you're not ready for me. Talk about it. Welcome. Hello. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Chapter 8, Matsuri by Yashi. In this world, you will be able to recreate the story from Hanyu's point of view. Okay, why are you just telling me this, narrator? Alright. Your objective is to create the June 1983 ideal to you. Are you giving me power? You will need to collect many different fragments to make that possible. However, Takano's conviction is very strong. half the short stream is spent on bloody sugar siblings. That was half an hour, dude. To overturn it, you will need a lot of effort and a lot of fragments. I'll warn you right now, it'll be a slow and painful process. Hanyu went through it for over 100 years, and she even had to stop and give in to fate. Defeating Takano's conviction will not be easy. The trial in this world will put you through as much pain as Hanyu had to endure. You may surrender just like Hanyu did after being emotionally worn down by the constant repetition of the worlds woven by countless fragments. Probably like 4 hours. I just still feel sick, so I'm like, and I also have a recording I need to do and stuff, but yeah. When you feel like surrendering, you can end this game at any time. But if you do, the worlds revolving around your friend's fate will be limited to Onikakushi through Minagorishi. By forgetting all this world and uninstalling this product, you will finally accept death. Bro's connecting me uninstalling on Steam to accepting death. Holy meta. Just like Rika did. Holy! Your ideal June 1983 can be created by putting together 50 fragments that are scattered all over this world. To connect these fragments together, you will need the right ones. There are 50 of them, which may be dizzying. However, this world isn't that merciless. To ease your pain, there'll be a little help for you. When you choose the wrong pieces, your only ally here will give you a sign that it's not yet time to put those fragments together. As long as the sign remains, you won't be able to connect them. You might as well go look for different ones. After you put other fragments together, you might be able to connect the ones you couldn't put together earlier. When that happens, she'll let you know. Let's put those fragments together. Then you'll be able to join the other ones too. When you connect all 50, they'll become one big fragment, like a puzzle piece. Then you'll find your you'll find your ideal June 1983. That's when the awaited Matsuri Bayashi will begin. Before you peek at each fragment, why don't you line up all 50 of them first? I swear, if they put a jigsaw puzzle on my screen, I am crashing out. Most of them require other fragments, so there are only a few you can actually look at. Let's try to find those first. To see the conditions for connecting fragments, just point the cursor at them. Before anything else, let's find the ones you can look at without any conditions. This will be an extremely long and difficult trial. Let me tell you again, Hanyu challenged this for over 100 years and gave up on it. If you believe in miracles in the same way your friends do, even if you don't live in the world where they live, if you believe in them, which I do, welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Chapter 8, Matsurabashi. In this world, you'll be tested to see if you believe in the world that Rika and the others believed in. A miracle only happens when everyone combines their strength. The June 1983 created by Takano is nearly indomitable. She's gathered many people whose powers are beyond the average person to her side, her backers being at the center of national authority. Ow, ow, ow! Even if 100 dice all rolled ones, there wouldn't even be a chance to defeat her. In other words, a miracle is the only way forward. A miracle happens only when everyone combines their strength. And you are one of them. Agreed. Are you ready? Yes. I'm more than ready. The key to a long journey is not to pressure yourself too hard. Well, let's take it at a light pace. I'll work while drinking my usual wine. Shall we begin? We have all the time in this world. I would laugh so hard if it cut to a jigsaw puzzle. Imagine it cuts to a 7,000 piece jigsaw puzzle you have to complete before you're allowed to continue. You have obtained new fragments. Oh goodness, this is new. Oh, that's freaky. Oh, that's freaky. Connecting fragments. Oh god. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. A raw sea urchin and vitamin A are required. A big teddy bear is required. Oh, she needs moral support. The big teddy bear that Satoshi was gonna buy her. Oh, the revenge of Mio Takano is required. Keiichi Miura changing schools is required. Oh my goodness, I actually get to play a game. The conflict between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family is required. This fragment is required first. Strawberry milk candy, a red capsule. The tea set of Verdana being put away is required. Satoshi Hojo's awareness of his sins is required? Satoshi Hojo's awareness of his sins is required. Satoshi never sinned. What are you talking about, my boy? Oh, why is she real? Look, she's real there. She's like not transparent. The forgiveness of Ren and Ryugu's sins is required. Wait, this shit is crazy. The self-introduction of Satoko Hojo. Suffering of a big brother. Rock candy. Wow, this is insane. I mean, oh my goodness. They really, it's kind of a choose your own adventure, like on what route we do. The death of a construct... Like, if I try to click this, it's not going to let me, right? Well, I don't know. Satoko Hojo's detailed test result is required. Let me just click the first one to see what it does. I need to, like, understand how this functions. Ire's decision is required. Satoko Hojo's detailed test result is required. Okay, so I need to, like, unlock those in other fragments to be able to, like, do them. Ah! I broke the fragment. I broke it! Okay, it's fine. We'll get it back. Surely I didn't just lose the game. I just wanted to see what it would do and it told me no. I'm saving. Get me out of here. I'm loading a save. LOL. Alright. And it's saved. Alright, W. Okay. I'm gonna start. The death of her aunt is required. Okay, this fragment is required first. I'm down with that. This is the first one that says the queen carrier must be willing to participate. A bat to beat her to death is required. That's so awesome. Okay, let's start with this. Dam construction operation with withdrawal. I just reloaded time. Yeah, come on. Oh. Hey, Irie. This is cool. This is like experimental. This is super cool. What's up, Irie? I feel like I need to take notes for this. This feels like I actually need to know what information I obtain. I'm gonna put it like over here. Putting together fragments grocery shopping list. And then, like, if I get pieces of information that I feel like are necessary, I'm gonna put them in here, so that I have like a shopping list. Yeah, no, yeah. This was literally my training arc. This was my training arc. The sugar baby incest. Okay. Tomitake stood up suddenly and saluted when he saw Irie come into the room.
そのニサというのはどうかやめてください。私は医者です。どうもその軍隊的な階級には馴染めません。せめて所長でお願いします。
Director flashbacks PTSD.
了解しました、入江所長。
Tomitake, of course, knew that Irie didn't like to be called Lieutenant Colonel, so it was something of a joke. They laughed casually together. On the other hand, Takano looked rather fed up with it. She couldn't stand hearing the same joke over and over and was even thinking about talking to Tomitake about it. But she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she simply never had the chance. Maybe it's because of how Tomitake pronounces it, but she keeps hearing Risa, Lieutenant Colonel in Japanese, Nisa. Once she heard it that way, she kept hearing Irie Risa every time Tomitake said it. When Takano told Irie about it, he had a good laugh. Today was just a simple meet and greet, and tomorrow was the actual meeting. Tomitake had already arrived, but there would be much more inspectors from Tokyo at the meeting, waiting to hear about the progress that had been made.
それはそうと、ダムのことで村中が盛り上がってるみたいですね。
ええ、それはもう村中大変な騒ぎですよ。私も役員として自治体の地元説明会に参加してきたのですが、土星と馬星のそれはもう賑やかな説明会となりました。
Oh, was Risa one of the character names? Oh, wait. My answer, do I remember that? No. But I have to, if I look at my notes, I might remember who that's corresponding to. Risa. Takano burns to death. Tomitake rips out throat, I think. Slightly vague. Risa dies, said Irie. And then I have next to that, I don't know who that is. That's literally my only note in my entire phone for Risa. Is from, like, probably 5 months ago, saying Risa dies, said Irie. I don't know who that is. LOL. Which one? Wait. Wait, what? Alright. After the basic Hinamizawa Dam project was announced, the village was consumed with uproar. The government retracted their plans for concessions rather early on. They made their aggressive stance clear. They didn't want the locals to take advantage of them by showing their willingness to compromise. However, that backfired horribly. As they had historical ties to the land, the government's actions only made their bonds stronger. Neither the government nor the locals wanted to back down. Okay. Well, my note was like that Irie said that, so it's kind of weird that Irie, but yeah, no, I got you. I got you.
南沢の人は気性が激しいですものね。やっぱり鬼の血が流れてるからなのかしら。
笑い事じゃないですよ。あの説明会に夜中まで付き合わされた方の身にもなってみてください。
Super
そ
Mario
れはお
music.
気の毒でしたね。
Mario Desert level music.
いや、本当に笑い事ではないですよ。富武さん、ダム計画はどうなってるんですか？本当にこの村はダム湖に沈められてしまうんですか？
それについては東京の方でも圧力をかけています。
It is really
表向きは
crazy that
騒ぎになってい
Tokyo
ます
is
が、
doing
実際
stuff
の裏
behind the
方では
scenes,
かなり屋台骨がぐらついているはずです。
which makes it like, because it was
その
always like
圧力
a
が早く効く
wow,
といいんですね。
Hinamizawa really stood up for itself. Little did they know the government actually wanted to use them as like test subjects, and that's why like part of it worked so well. It's like, oh man, maybe they didn't really do that by themselves.
村は
And,
朝か
I
ら
don't
晩
know,
まで
it's
賑
kind of
やか
sad
で、
that way.
村人の心もこの
It
と
like
ころ
undercuts
すさんで
the
きたように
win.
思います。診察に来るお年寄りに捕まってたっぷりと反ダム論争を聞かされる時がありますよ。
付き合わなければいいのに。入江所長は人がいいから。
そうもいきません。私は研究所の所長である以前に診療所の所長でもあります。話を聞くのもケアの一環ですので。
それはとても良いことです。感服いたします。
私は東京の皆さんがうまく圧力をかけてくれて、いずれはダム計画を撤回してくれるものと分かっているからいいですが、村人にとっては先祖代々から住んできた土地を追い出されかねないと本当にすごい騒ぎです。
立ち退けと言われても引っ越せるほどのお金もなく若さもなく、立ち退き保証金の額の釣り上げが狙いだったのかもしれないけど、急にお役所の態度が変わっちゃって全面衝突。こうなってしまったら穏便に決着というのは無理かもしれませんわね。
かつては保証金に納得して立ち退きに応じようという人たちも少しはいたんですが、御三家の園崎家が強硬意見で村人をリードしてましてね、国との対決姿勢を煽っているようなんです。凱旋者みたいなのがよく騒がしくしてますし、ビラやらチラシやら機関紙やらが回覧板と一緒によく回ってきますよ。
But it's like, I think we're
ここに住む人
reiterating
に
it
とっ
as
て
like a
は
build up
大
for
変
like
な問
other
題です
pieces
から
of
ね。気
information,
持ちは
right?
わからなくもありません。
Like between the other fragments.
そういう意味では思惑は多少
I
違
guess the
うか
Tokyo
も
thing,
しれ
like
ません
that,
が、
that's kind of like a
そんな
somewhat,
皆さ
a
んのため
relatively
にも
new element.
このダム計画は
We
早く
already
撤
knew
回
it,
に
but
な
like
る
it
よ
is
う
relatively new.
交渉を進めてほしいものです。撤回されればこの村もすぐに落ち着きのある元の村に戻るでしょうから。
The village will
もちろん
become peaceful again.
それについては
Yeah.
東京の方で交渉を進めておりますので、もうしばらく私どもにお任せください。
東京の方で噂を聞いたんですけれど、建設省の方に
Man, she's
なか
so
なかうま
fine.
く圧力をかけられるコネクションがなくて苦労してるとか。
いやー私ごときでは詳しくは知りませんが、水面下調整がうまくいっていないのではという話も少し聞きます。
Takano had powerful people supporting her, but they didn't control all of Japan. There were some things they excelled in, but also other things that they weren't too good at. Finding a way to put pressure onto the Minister of Construction fell into the latter.
冗談抜きで
I could fix you, bro.
ダムができますから。
I'm
ここを
fully
立ち
convinced.
退いてくださいの話
Tomotake
には
can't.
本当にならないんですわよね。
He's too sweet and naive, alright? But like, we know her backstory, bruh. I understand exactly, like, Takano, baby girl. Yo, you just need to find a way to let that energy out and like feel like a god. You can whip me. It's okay. We can get into BDSM. Talk about it.
もちろんです。
I'm doing it for her, by the way. Not because I want that, but because she wants that. She just doesn't know it yet. Think about it. Alright, let's lock in. Yeah.
それだけは絶対に問題ありません。時間がかかっているだけですので、皆さんはどうかそこは任せて研究を進めてください。穏便に済ませることができない場合は、最終的な荒領事も辞さないことで意見はまとまっておりますので。
荒領事とは何ですか、富武さん。
そこは我々の領分です。
Oh, look at this expression. It's rare he puts on like a serious expression like that, you know? Look at that flat face of his. Man, he's so buff in the remake one.
入江社長は気にされなくて結構です。
Drastic measures.
どうかお任せ
What
くだ
that
さい。
would have been.
そうですか。
Kano would love that nose of yours. What does that even mean? What
よ
are
ろ
we
しくお
even
願いいたしま
doing?
す。
Yo, chat, look in the mirror now. I need you to turn off like your screen. If you're on a TV, turn off the TV. If you're on a computer, turn off the monitor. If you're on your phone, just hit the power button and look into your own reflection for maybe 20 seconds, okay? And tell me what you see in there. Tell yourself what you see in there.
大丈夫ですわよ、入江所長。
On my life, we bang in Tomatake.
ダム計画は絶対に撤回されますわ。だってそう決まっているんですもの。
As Takano giggled, Tomatake laughed too. However, Irie couldn't understand what was so funny, so he felt left out. Irie only understood the meaning of those drastic measures when he examined a young boy he had never seen in the village before. Huh? Okay, what? He only understood the meaning when he examined a boy he hadn't seen in the village before. Oh! You're talking about the kidnapped boy. That also, by the way, explains why he was like low-key chill. Oh, like, check that out. That's a good connection. That explains one of my red flags for Tomatake, which was a valid red flag. This is one of the most valid red flags we've ever had. Was Mosa's thing was not telling Oishi and Akasaka about the kidnapped boy he treated. And it's because he was part of the big conspiracy the entire time. And the German notes are unironic. Dude, my 2 red flags for Irie were the perfect red flags for Irie. This was actually the 2 of the best red flags that we could have obtained for him. Holy. And this actually meant something. Unironically, dude, I'm like it's so funny how like the way that I turn so much stuff into bits and like troll, but there's always like a grain of truth in the bit and in the troll. And like this whole German thing is really the epitome of that. You know? Like, look at the board. Who did I have red flags around? I had red flags around Rena, but then these kind of got solved in the Rena arc. I had red flags around Shion. That got solved in the Shion arc, episode 5. Oishi, a bad red flag. But then the other ones are Takano and Irie. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So... we need a bat to beat her to death. So I don't think that actually did like dissection. Okay, I think low-key what we should do is do all the required ones first, and then we'll have like a really wide web, and then we'll just start clicking ones that we feel like are like obtained, right? So like this one we'll do next, the Irie one. And then the Reminiscence will like, there's a good chance we'll be able to like do the Reminiscence one after. Prior consent for the collection of cerebrospinal fluid. Jiro Tomatake. Disappointment. Oh, this is so cool. I love how they're doing this. This is really fun. Oh, I want to do the Hanyu one. No, let's try to stay roughly on theme. So we're kind of starting with figuring out the machinations of like Irie, Takano, and Tomatake. So let's do Irie and Tomatake for next. Group physical exams are very meaningful for our research. Although it's only for certain age groups, we can examine many of the Hinamizawa residents at the same time. It's a perfect cover for our research center. Also, because of several arrangements, we have a monopoly on the villagers' corpses. And can perform autopsies on them too. I mean, valid. But like, wow. There certainly wasn't an environment that this rich an opportunity for those in the medical field. Like, because it's like assumed. I'm kind of guessing that those bodies aren't being like donated to science, but rather are just kind of being like yoinked, you know? But like, okay, the thing is, I wonder, like, that's ethically, you know, not great, because it's like very like harmful to the families and stuff. But like, there's a part of me that's like, low-key, they're already dead, like, who cares? That's like, I don't know. That's one of the things that like I think I morally would be a little different than like society on like how bad that is. I think it's still bad, but like that doesn't hurt me as much as it could, you know? I'm less bothered by that than I could. Like, after I die, do whatever you want with my body. But of course, not everyone's gonna feel that way, and I do feel the tendency to respect that. There certainly wasn't an environment that this rich an opportunity for those in the medical field. Yo, wait, chat, this is awesome. I really like this that they're doing. This is so cool. I do not like desecrating corpses. All right, let me make that clear. Chat, I love puppies even if they're disabled. I love women even if they cry. And I'm the bad guy. And I'm the bad guy. Our follow-up on the work of the late Dr. Takano is going smoothly. The amount of data he compiled is absolutely astounding. He truly was an incredible researcher.
失礼します、所長。
Chat, I think I'm in love with Takano. I think I love her. And I love that I love that I hate her, and I hate that I love her, and I hate that I gotta put her down. Because she'd be out here killing kids. She's gotta go. She's gotta go. But after seeing how traumatized her backstory is, there's a part of me that is like in the deep part of my soul is like I want to fix her so that she doesn't become the villain that she could be. You know? It's like, chat. Whoa! Okay, chat, it's like baby Hitler. I almost just said the most insane line, but I'm gonna break it down because there is something here. Chat, it's like Hitler, right? Oh wait, did I ever connect Hitler and Takano? I feel like we can just do like a, excuse me? Hitler and Takano both gassed lots of pop. Hitler and Takano both gassed a lot of innocent people. Okay. So, connected Hitler and Takano because it's true. Chat, you know the thing of like, go back in time and kill baby Hitler? It's like the go back in time and kill baby Hitler, but instead it's go back in time and fix Takano. So instead of killing baby Hitler, you change baby Hitler in such a way that that he doesn't become evil Hitler. But instead of Hitler, it's Takano. And so, but the way I said it was almost literally the most unhinged way possible. I want to say it, but I don't, you guys are going to be so mad at me. Like, it's, okay. It's like, it's so bad. It's not even what I mean, but it's so funny. Oh man, I'm at war. Because the idea is, Pink wants to groom baby Hitler. Okay, so you said it, not me. That, but not baby Hitler. But like, you know what I mean? Like, but you said it, not me. That, okay, honestly, thank you, Sif. Because that's what was in my head, but now it's your fault. Why did Sif say that? That was crazy. Agreed. But instead of going back in time and grooming baby Hitler, we're going back in time and we're not grooming Takano because Takano was a child and that's fucked up. We're not grooming Takano, but we're going to love Takano in such a way that we repair her broken heart, but we're going to do it after she's an adult when it's not like a problem, because that would be insane to go back in time and groom baby Takano. That's fucking crazy. I am not going back in time to groom baby Takano. However, no. Don't, okay.
Ah, Takano-san.
I don't want to groom baby to Hitler.
お疲れ様です。
先ほど東京から残りの検査結果が郵送されてきました。
Oh, this is good. Wait.
こちらに置きますわね。
Test results. This is one of the
あ
fragment
りがとうございま
requirements.
す。
One of the fragment requirements.
いよいよ面白くなってきましたね。
Only baby Takano, but I don't want to actually groom baby Takano. I want to adopt baby. Adopt! Oh my goodness, it's adopt. It's an adopt pivot. It's not a groom pivot, it's an adopt pivot. That's the key. You don't go back in time and you groom baby Hitler. You go back in time and you adopt baby Hitler, and that's how you save him. But not Hitler. Fuck Hitler. I'm not doing that for Hitler. I'm talking about Takano. You go back in time and you adopt baby Takano. That's the word. That's the word we were looking for. I don't know. I'm not talking about Hitler. I'm talking about Takano. I want to go back in time and adopt Takano so that she doesn't become the villain that she is. It's not a groom pivot. It's an adopt pivot. Okay, no exclamation mark. The exclamation mark is way too enthusiastic.
この面白さを共有できてとても嬉しい
Yes,
です。
officer, this streamer. I'm just saying, if I adopted her and raised her right, she wouldn't become a supervillain. Wait, we got the test results? Okay. Takano-san is my assistant who was sent from the self-defense force. But she's far from the image I have of an SDF officer. Just like our research is being concealed, maybe her identity is concealed too. I'm sure her name is an alias as well. Funnily enough, it's not really. Well, kinda, but not really. Bro could talk himself into being blamed for 9/11. The thing is, you're right, and that's really funny because I'm literally older or younger than 9/11. Rika is low-key as Rudius Grey Rat. I'm so right. Where was this super redemption energy when Mion was in the 9th layer of hell? Oh my. It might be the best sentence of all time. It might be the best sentence of all time. Yeah, I did send Mion into the 9th layer of hell, huh? Yeah, I'm 23, yeah. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. Listen, as soon as I got the backstory for what happened with the Mion stuff, I immediately was like, Shion, I want to save you. So it actually appeared. Listen, all you have to do is give me your sad backstory, and I'm gonna go from wanting to kill you into wanting to fix you. You're right. You're right. That's how it works. Call me empathetic. I'm just a doctor and a researcher. Without Takano-san's support, it'd be impossible for me to manage this institution. She's a pipeline to her clients in Tokyo, my assistant. Wait, what? Without Takano-san's support, she's a pipeline. Okay, yeah. As well as a researcher who's an expert on Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is absolutely necessary here. The more I think about it, the more I feel like this should have been the Takano Institute rather than the Irie Institute, and she should have been the director. What if Hitler gave you his sad backstory? Okay. We would still deal with him. Like, that's the thing. Even if there's empathy, I can still kill you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But that was explained to me when they asked me to take this position. My client wanted a civilian to manage this place. They searched for a person who met their requirements, and there I was. I became the director. I have a feeling I'm just a puppet on their strings, but I won't just sit here and do nothing. I was asked to research a rare disease. I'm a researcher, so of course I'm excited about that. My client's goals might be different, but I'm here out of the desire to unravel the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and be the first person to uncover a new mystery for mankind. Chat, I'm ready to redeem every person that's ever lived in all of humanity. Everyone deserves redemption. Everyone! Everyone! The sad thing, the tragedy of life and reality is that not everybody gets to have redemption because sometimes you just gotta kill someone. It's an ideal. The ideal, I believe, is everyone deserves redemption, everybody deserves love, everybody deserves happiness. That's the ideal, okay? It's literally, like, I'm not gonna lie, in a non-religious way, I have, I think, a very Christ-like Christian ideal in my head that I believe. But not even because of religion backing. You know, it's just because it's because if I accept that anyone is beyond redemption, then I'm beyond redemption, you know, and I have to love myself. And so everyone has to be loved. Like, my own self-love and self-acceptance is so important to me, and I'm a human, that means it applies to everyone. Like, I have like a universe, like it, you know, even Tepe. They all deserve redemption and fixing. The problem and the tragedy of reality is that it's just, you can't just do it. You cannot do it. You know? Some people, if you give the chance, they're going to take advantage of it and hurt people, and you cannot let that happen. So you just got to kill people. You just got to kill people. You know? And that's why I think people go to religion to feel that and to like to manifest the ideal, because it's such a beautiful ideal, but it's like you cannot execute it in reality near up to its standard. And so people try to find like a different, like a new reality, religion, afterlife, whatever, in order to be able to like make it happen, right? I totally get it. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm the worst. No, it's if anybody's beyond redemption, then I think I'm beyond redemption too. And it's not even that, like, it's about the idea of redemption more than it's about the severity of sin, right? Like the idea of redemption, because if it's about the severity of the sin, if that determines whether you can be redeemed or not, where do you draw the line? It's just arbitrary. It's literally just arbitrary. And so if I ever accept that anybody's beyond redemption, then I've drawn a line, and it's like, well, what if the line shifts and then now I'm no longer in it? Or if I do something really bad that crosses that line and then now I cannot be redeemed and then I'm just ruined forever. That is something I cannot bear. And so we all deserve redemption. We all deserve love. That doesn't mean that criminals get to walk free. That doesn't mean that if somebody breaks into my house and I have a gun, I don't shoot them in the head. All right? I'm threatened. I'm gonna kill you. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's how it goes. But ideally, I do believe that. And so, you know, the bit of grooming baby Takano, that as a bit is something I actually, like the core of it is something I do believe. Some sins are easier to redeem than others. It's something about drawing an arbitrary line that I don't fuck with, right? Like, how do you draw the line, you know? And I just cannot imagine being able to draw a line anywhere and be like, oh yeah, I drew an arbitrary line, objective truth. That's the problem. Like, I'm talking about something idealistically, abstractly, objectively, fucking, like, reality, God level stuff. And so the concept of drawing an arbitrary line in that just doesn't make sense, you know? And of course, the arbitrary lines could be based on my subjective experience, which is like super biased and shit. So like, I can't, you know? I'm just all or nothing with it. And I think that's the right way to do it. I mean, that's what feels right to me. And I like the ideal. I think the ideal is beautiful. I think the ideal is beautiful, and it makes me a more empathetic and better person. I think it's a good ideal. I don't think it promotes harm. I think it still seeks to diminish harm. It just is rehabilitative instead of punishment, which is, I think, how the prison system should be. Just because there's a gray area doesn't mean it's arbitrary. Well, where's the gray area? Like, the gray area itself is centered. Wherever the gray area is arbitrary. And arbitrary is okay. Like most of the stuff you do in reality is arbitrary. That's just a very reality thing to do, you know? But like, when we're talking like big concept, universal shit, ideals and stuff, gray areas and arbitrary just don't really fit with me with what like ideals are, you know? And I think everybody's capable of change too, you know? Especially, like, not capable doesn't mean it'll happen. That's why, like, reality, again, I've said over and over, is not enough to actually, like, reach this kind of thing for everyone. Not even close. Most people aren't probably gonna be redeemed of their horrible sins. But, like, if we had eternity to work with, I think everybody could reach it, you know? If we had an eternity, then even the most condemnable of a person that's ever lived, yeah, I think we could change them and make them better. Yeah. And because if you don't have a willingness, like, that anti-willingness comes from somewhere, and it probably comes from somewhere that's really hurt and fucked up, right? I think the best counter-argument to this would be, like, a born psychopath or something. Someone that, like, their brain is just cooked in such a way that, like, they cannot do it. But the exception makes the rule in that case, and if you want to add, like, God, then you just be like, LMAO God, and God wins, right? So that's why people go to God, and that's why it's an unreachable ideal, right? Because there's just gonna be some cases where it's unfeasible. But that's the problem. That's reality's problem. That's not the ideal's problem. Boom! Ah! All right, talk about it. Okay.
そうですわね。電子顕微鏡
I'm
を
very
使え
passionate
ば
about this
あっ
specific
さりと
subject,
見
if
つ
it's
か
not
るだろう
obvious.
という期待も少しはしていたもので。
Viruses are too small to see with a regular microscope. So the invention of the electron microscope was a dramatic advancement in the world of medicine. However, it's very expensive and there's no way for a normal doctor to acquire one. The late Dr. Takano said an electron microscope could find the cause of the disease, but it seems his theory has been proven wrong. Even Takano-san was hoping an electron microscope would find it. She was disappointed when she didn't uncover anything after all the autopsies she performed. Our research seems to be having its first snag. It actually stalled our work for several weeks now. So we need to think about where to go from here.
となると極小の極小なのか、あるいは検体そのものに問題があるのかもしれません。
と申しますと、
例えばですが、野生のネズミの体に多数のノミが寄生していることはご存知と思います。ですが、ネズミの死体を調べたところでノミを見つけることはできません。
That, like,
宿
dying
主が
kills
死
the
んだ時点
virus.
で寄生虫である
Yeah.
ノミの
And then
生
you can't
活
find
基
it
盤
anymore
も
because it's dead.
崩壊するからです。
Yeah, that's a good idea.
宿主が死ねば
Oh, so we need to do a live
地
autopsy.
球が滅んでしまうのと
Yeah, you right? Alright, let's get somebody. Let's get them L5. Let's cut them open and see if it's in there. Am I right or am I right? Oh, wait, that's the guy that... Satoshi? Satoshi and the Satoshi guy? Either... LMAO, Satoshi himself, think about it. Satoshi, imagine if that happened to Satoshi. That would suck. I was referencing this guy. Fent guy? Fent guy. They might be talking about Fent guy. Or anyone. That could be so many people. The demoning ways. That could be so many things.
そうです。滅びた後の地球を調べても人類を見つけることができないのと同じです。
ということは、滅ぶ前の地球を調べればよいという話になりますわね。
See how me and Takano are on the same wavelength?
ただ、滅ぶ前の地球には人権
Human
がありま
rights?
す。生きているうちに調べることは難しいでしょう。
Human rights? What? Examining a living human's brain. No matter how you sugarcoated it, that bore very grave meaning. Yeah, okay, let's talk about it. From a medical standpoint, it's necessary, but we have rules and morals in this world. And we have to advance medicine within such boundaries. There was a time when I was studying lobotomies for the betterment of mankind. True. I don't think I was wrong. However, could I ever be forgiven under our ideas of ethics? I don't know. One day my judgment will be handed down by the devil. Whether I'm guilty or not, I have to accept it. I like this. I kind of like this from Irie. As I reflected upon my past, I heard a voice. Okay, so he has reminisced. That was one of our things. Chat, that was one of our things. Irie has reminisced. It was Takano-san's. It was very clear and simple. Yet, it struck me with surprise.
わかりました。滅ぶ前の地球を用意させましょう。
え？
I'm startled. Sometimes the phrase advancing medicine bore the whisper of the devil, tempting us to accept sacrifices. I heard that devil whisper.
そんなに難しいことではありませんわ。ひなみ沢の住民ですでに重篤の状態で市内病院に入院しており、いつ死んでもおかしくない患者を探させるだけですもの。
しかし、いくら余命いくばくとはいえ、自らの体を生きているうちに検体に差し出される勇気のある方がいらっしゃるでしょうか。
そんな必要はありませんわ。いずれ亡くなる方にほんの少し早くお
I
休
mean,
み
at
い
least
ただくと
the
いうだ
idea
け
is
の
like, let me
話
just
です
grab
わ。
somebody that's about to
書
die
類上
anyways.
ね。
It could have been Satoshi. Because Satoshi was probably L5 at the peak of it all. Bro was definitely having a spiral. The patient would be legally declared dead even though they're still alive. It could have been a lot of people though, so. And we'd perform an autopsy while they're still alive.
無理でしょう。 第一、頭蓋を切開するような大手術となれば絶対に痕跡は残ります。遺体を遺族の方が見られたら不審に。
そういうところを何とかできるのが私どもではありませんの。山犬に至急条件を満たす患者が存在しないか市内病院を調べさせます。
That's
先生
scary.
はお皿の前でナイフとフォーク
I'll do the
をお
dirty
持ちに
work.
な
Just get ready.
待ってい
Oh
る
my
だけで
goodness.
いいんですわ。すぐに料理をお持ちいたします。
Crazy way to put it. I'll bring your meal. Mio Takano-san is my partner, there's no question about that. But I just can't trust her. It's her extremities as a researcher which contrast largely with mine. But are we so different? I was about to say, like, yeah, like, you're still participating. It's kind of the line of, what's the phrase? Like, the dog that weeps after it kills is no different than the dog that doesn't weep. Something like that. Basically saying that feeling guilty about what you're doing doesn't make you different than the person that doesn't feel guilty. Both of you are doing it, you know? And it's kind of like a question of, like, intent and, like, action and stuff. But, you know, he feels bad. He doesn't like the idea, but he still does it. So it's like, is he really that different? It's a fun little thought. I just don't want to witness such a gruesome scene, that's all. What she's preparing for me now is exactly what I want. Who's the hypocrite? Not her. It's me. Hey, he recognizes that, though. How can I say I'm different knowing what I've done in the past? I've performed lobotomies without the patient's consent, despite it being surgery that might affect their life forever. How is that different from what she's doing? I've never doubted my past achievements. However, when I look at her, I start to feel unease. Takano-san is talking to Okanogi-san on the intercom in my office. It's also cool that, like, she's, like, a mirror of himself. And that's what he's seeing in her. It's like, oh, man, what does that make me? That's a really cool bit of introspection. I'm sure she's telling him to come over so she can explain to him what was just discussed. I'm simply watching without stopping her. I begin to reflect upon my past to remember why I chose to become a doctor. Of course, I do think he's more ethically good than Takano. Like, that's a pretty, you know, he's obviously not exactly the same, but that's cool. Man, it's like doing a bunch of tips in a row. Look, and now we probably got this. We can probably do Irie's background. Should I do Tomotaka? I feel like I could do this one. We're kind of on Irie. Might as well do this one. Hey, it worked. And I've done a fragment correctly. I've done a fragment correctly. Yeah, this is a good segue. I've wanted to become a doctor ever since I was little. Doctors make a lot of money. People look up to doctors. I think those are the kind of reasons I had. So when I played with my friends, I always acted like a doctor. I cleaned their wounds and applied ice packs when my friends sprained their ankles, using what I learned from household medical books. Everyone, including me, believed I'd be a doctor one day. My family was poor, so they praised me for that goal. They told me that I need to study a lot to become a doctor, so they borrowed some pseudo-medical books from the local library for me. The rental fees weren't cheap, so I would speed read one book in a day, and the next day, my parents would go back to the store to exchange it for a different book, saying they accidentally borrowed a book they already borrowed before. By doing so, my parents borrowed 2 books for the price of 1. Of course, now I know those books were rather useless, but they were highly motivational just the same. My neighbors called me Dr. Kyosuke-kun, and I was always picked for class health officer at school. Even my teachers helped me with the classes I needed to take to become a doctor. Of course, in reality, becoming a doctor isn't as easy as it might seem. I had to study diligently, and the path was most definitely rough. Yeah, the music has been really good for this bit. To become a doctor, one must attend college. Since my family was poor, I was told I wasn't allowed to go to an expensive private school, so I had to be admitted to a national public university. My grades weren't bad, but the admission rate to national public universities is very marginal. Especially since I wanted to go to a medical school, my chances were even smaller. Kyosuke. W. I studied like crazy. My only driving force was my childhood dream of becoming a doctor. The dream of becoming a doctor and to be looked up to by everyone kept me going, and I was admitted. I wasn't even at the top of the list, but I made it in. I was finally at the starting point of making my childhood dream come true. My parents were thrilled. Neither my father nor mother went to college, so they were proud of their son getting into a public medical school. They invited our relatives over to celebrate. Although it was a public university, tuition wasn't cheap, but they still had an extravagant celebration anyway. My father didn't express his emotions much. He always kept a straight face. He rarely voiced his opinion or took initiative on anything. My mother took care of everything, and she showed up last and left without saying a word. He was the typical stern and silent Japanese father of the time. That's why I was surprised to see him shedding tears of joy, and I cried along with him. He went around to all my relatives while repeatedly slapping my back, saying how proud and lucky he was to have a son like me. He bragged about my achievements to all who would hear them. Aww. Aww, that's so wholesome. The celebration became my farewell party as I was about to leave for Tokyo. My father yelled "Bonsai" repeatedly at the station as the train pulled away. I was a little embarrassed, but when I could no longer see my father, I could clearly recall the tears pouring down. The days of hellish studying and exams began after that. Some days I was tempted to just give up and submit myself to the lavish lifestyle of the city. But the letters from my family always encouraged me and gave me the strength to go on. Wait, he was thinking about what? Oh, tempted to give up. Yeah, okay. To lavish. My dream then was to open up my own clinic in my hometown so I could contribute to the region. I never even dreamed of getting involved with brains. One day I noticed a difference in a letter from my family. The letter said the usual things about how I was at home and asked how I was doing. But the postscript was what caught my attention. Your father has become really violent lately. Sometimes he turns the house upside down and I don't know what to do. I just couldn't picture him acting viciously. I was extremely surprised. Did something happen? He's gonna be like, and we fix this with the lobotomies. But in the postscript, my mother said that there was nothing she could think of. My mother and father had been living together for a long time. They'd been together since well before I was born. So she noticed things that I couldn't. She couldn't even think of a reason why my father had become so violent. What happened? They got along so well. They were such a lovely couple. When I caused a problem for my mother when I was little, my father only bonked my head with his knuckle. Why was he acting this way towards my mother? Maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding between them? I was going home for the new year. Maybe I could have a good talk with him then. But the situation was a lot more serious than I thought. On one cold winter day, I found my apartment door unlocked. I thought someone had broke in, but I found my mother in my apartment with her luggage. That's right, my mother could no longer take my father's fury and came to stay with me. This was back when people still believed in the proverb, a woman has no place to settle down all her life. She couldn't go back to her own family because they lived in the same region as my father, so she came all the way to Tokyo. I heard about my father's violence from my mother's own lips. She cried, saying she had no idea why such a quiet man changed like that. She said she wasn't ever going back to him. I didn't know what to do. I asked her if she could talk to him one more time, but the bruises on her body told me it was no use. Damn. To remember what happened afterwards is too much, so I'll be brief. After my mother left, my father thought she was having an affair and went over to the neighbor's house with a wooden sword. He was arrested. He was released immediately, but he assumed someone in the neighborhood was hiding her, so he did the same thing repeatedly. He eventually reached the point of getting into fights with anyone he saw. In the end, he picked a fight with some young punks and ended up being beaten to death. My relatives gave my father a decent funeral, but my mother didn't attend. It's no use beating a dead horse. Irie, your father was beaten to death. You can't follow that up with, it's no use beating a dead horse. Irie! Irie! That's not funny. I mean, it's hilarious, but Irie... He was literally beaten to death, bro, too soon. So nobody said anything negative about my father, but everyone was simply puzzled as to why he changed so much. What I heard from my relatives about my father's final days was a lot stranger than what I heard from my mother. My mother only told me about his sudden rage and violence, but my relatives told me he also laughed and grew sad. Apparently, he displayed several sudden fluctuations of emotion, especially in his last years. They also told me that he started to complain about headaches after an accident he had. My father was a construction worker. Yeah, got brain damage there. He had hit his head hard on a construction board during an accident at work. He regained his consciousness quickly and seemed fine, but since the accident, he started to have headaches and behave abnormally. I sensed the connection between the accident and my father's changes, so I talked to my professor after I went back to Tokyo. Yeah, the women's issues of not having a place to go, and like... It reminds me of like the women not being allowed to have like bank accounts for like a long time. Like, you're actually just cooked. That is so insane of a life that you literally Like, if you're in an abusive relationship and you're a woman, you're actually just giga stuck, you know? Like, you're fucked. I don't even know what you're supposed to do. Literally, you just suffer. And, like, take care of your kids and then get miserable, and that's why everybody was on drugs and having affairs. Because I'd be on drugs having affairs too if I was trapped in an abusive relationship where society wouldn't let me. Yo, bro, I'm about to go get some pipe, okay? Or smoke a pipe, alright?
断言はできませんが、
Gotta cope
そ
somehow.
の様子から
Hell.
入江君のお父さんに何らかの異常が起こっていた可能性は否めません。その事故の際に脳が傷つき、精神的な変化を起こしたのかもしれませんね。
Yeah, no, it's
お
super
父さんの
fucked. And
晩
so I'm
年
glad
の
that
言動
society,
からは
as
そんな患
shitty
者
as
さんに多
society
く見られ
is
る
in a lot of
いく
ways,
つ
and
か
as
の
much
症
as I
状
like
が
think
伺
we're
え
like
ます。
we being like kind of American climate is like falling backwards. It was a lot worse in the past, so at least we're getting somewhere, you know. Even today, it's hard to leave your abuser if you have children with them. Very true. Very true. Yeah, and that is a difficulty that I couldn't even imagine being trapped in. You know, your parental obligations and love being weighed against the suffering that you and probably your children are going through, you know. But, you know, shout out the Satoko story, right? Gotta have the courage to fight back. You know, there's something very beautiful like that, about that. Or very powerful about that, I think I should say. Human behavior is created by the brain, and if the brain is damaged, it can cause erratic behavior. In other words, my father wasn't crazy, he was suffering from a disorder. I mean, what's the difference?
お父さんの遺体を検視できるなら、脳をよく調べてみるといいでしょう。ひょっとすると、腫瘍のようなものが
Let me
見つかる
perform
か
an
もしれま
autopsy
せん。
on my father is a crazy idea. My father had already been cremated, yeah. So there was no way of knowing. But hearing about his behavior, I knew for sure. That was the only way to explain why such a quiet and gentle man would change. I tried to explain all this to my relatives to regain my father's honor, but hardly anyone understood. If his brain was damaged, he would have been dead. But he was alive and well. So the accident didn't damage his brain. Yeah, that's brain rot. That thought is dumb. It wasn't his brain that caused him to change, it was his mind. They simply brushed it off like that. Nah. This is the perception most people have about the brain. They don't realize the mind and the brain are connected. Oh, I'm gonna be so real, bro. I'm I think I have a clinical, yo, pause. I think I have a clinical problem with, I can't even pronounce, like, American names half the time. I think I'm just cooked. But that is helpful. That is W. Wait, okay. Most of my relatives didn't believe me. There was one person who I really wanted to anyway. That was my mother. As she got older, she grew senile, and she exaggerated the abuse she had to endure. Bro, he didn't know how to spell sugar. Sugar. E-R. Like, I'm not that bad for that. That's a reasonable misclick. Sugar. Sugar. It's not sugar, it's sugar. All she did was criticize my father, and every time she ended up crying, lamenting that she married him. They were a lovely couple. We were a great family. That's why I wanted to convey to her that she was misunderstanding the situation with my father. He much you know, yeah. My father's behavior was caused by his brain damage. What he did to her was very sad, but he didn't want to be that way. I told her that he wasn't at fault. But my mother didn't understand. Before she took her last breaths, I begged her to forgive my father. But her final words were, "Please don't bury me next to that man." I don't blame her for that either. Like, who cares? My father wasn't at fault. He was simply the victim of a brain disorder. He was still at fault. Like, I think you can be a victim, but you're still at fault. Because, like, the thing is, if we start saying that you're not at fault because of how your brain functions, then you're not at fault, then nobody's at fault for anything. Like, I was born with this brain. My brain, I'm a slave to my brain just as much as anyone's a slave to the brain. We're only calling it a disorder because it's violent, right? But, like, if you don't take fault for your brain, even if it's in a disorder state, then you can't ascribe fault to anyone. Because everyone has the same thing going on with their brain. And that also means they can't be responsible or be, praised for their actions, because it's just their brain, you know? It's not their fault, like, what's the opposite of fault? Like, fault, because fault's condemning negative, but, like, I'm trying to say, like, you can't even be praised if you think this way. Because praising someone is like, oh no, that's just their brain. you know? And so, like, I can understand, like, I like to say that he hit his head, he got a disorder, that's horrible, but it's still his fault. Because what is he, if not his brain? Like Irie himself has connected mind and brain, right? And, right here. They don't realize the mind and the brain are connected, right? He's saying the mind and the brain are connected, but here he's trying to separate fault, which I think is something in the space of mind, and being the victim of a brain disorder, which is the brain. But no. If you're saying they're connected, which means if you want to use the tool of fault, responsibility, accountability, if you want to use that tool, you gotta like accept it, even in this whole like brain disorder thing, right? It's still like it sucks, but like it's still like quote unquote their fault because they are their brain. Like you are your disorders in a sense, right? That doesn't mean you don't like fix them and change them, because guess what? To be a human is to change. But like you are that, because how are you not that? Like trying to separate yourself from your actions and like how you function is just insanity. You know, cognitive dissonance. So I think you just take it all. You take it all. He had a brain disorder. I'm fine with saying that. But that's who he was. He was someone with a brain disorder. That's a component of who he is. And so when he takes actions based on that, the fault gets thrust onto his actions, even if you can explain the actions. If he can't control his actions and be reasonable, then it's not his fault. It's like an insanity plea thing. Like it changes it, yes, but like to say that like then whose fault is it? Nobody's fault. You know, like it really depends how you're using the term fault. You know, because yeah, like there are levels. Like if you're yeah, but it's like it's not like the actions come from the ether. Like it still comes from you. You know, and so saying like are we saying not what are we trying to do when we say not at fault? Are we trying to say like ethical blame? Because ethical blame, sure, I'm fine to back down on like ethical blame, but like it still happened because of you, you know? And like legally there are systems that kind of engage with this, right? Is fault useful then in this case? Yeah, well, because for Irie, he's trying to do this to try to redeem the life that his dad and his mother had before the accident. And so he's trying to say like he was a victim of an injury and then he took that out on you. But of course, from the mother's perspective, she's gonna be like, she wants to feel validated in her victimhood, which I think is valid of her to do, right? And so it's like we have this like really difficult contrast between her mom, who wants to feel validated in how she was abused and her feelings about that. She doesn't want it to be like, oh, what? Now it's not his fault, and now like how do I be mad? You know, she wants to feel validated, and I can understand that because of you know, the abuse she went to. She wants to like have something from that. But then that impulse is now contradicting with the fault of the father, or the variance of fault with the father. I kind of like I think the way I would navigate it is like it's his fault, but he's also a victim. And so the person he became, which was violent and unpredictable, is very different than the person that you loved for a long time. And you should try to delineate it, saying like, the person you loved is the person you loved, and that was beautiful and that was good. And then the person he became had a lot of problems, and it's something he became not of his, it wasn't his fault that he started getting fucked up, but like the actions he took while fucked up were his fault. I think that's how I'd say it, you know? Yeah. Because it's like, it wasn't his fault that he became how he did, because that was completely accidental, like, you know? But then the person he became as a you know, completely messed up guy, like that new entity, that changed entity, it's like the actions are still yours, you know? Yeah. So I think there's just a level of like acceptance that I'm like trying to put, like it's, yeah, like fault, I think the risk with fault is like, because I'm kind of saying like fault is like okay, but like I don't want there to be like shame or internalized blame or whatever, right? Of like eating yourself up and, oh, I'm a horrible person, because that's bad when I say fault, it's more just like accepting the reality of like consequences. Like, this happened, you know? You have brain damage, you're messed up, but you're still taking actions, and so the actions don't come from nowhere, they come from you and your messed up brain, right? And so I don't want to like dismantle A to B, the consequentialism thing, you know? I don't want to dismantle cause effect. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to dismantle cause effect. And so that's why I'm upholding fault, because I'm trying to like keep cause effect alive, and because that's like necessary for like acceptance and like accountability and stuff. Well, accountability is a little bit weird because that's like a more moral term, so maybe back down on accountability. Morally, do I think his father's a bad person? No. But do I think like his actions are like his fault? Yes. I guess, well, fault, yeah, I guess fault's kind of a loaded term. Maybe I replace fault. Maybe I don't like fault. Because yeah, fault is like, fault, if somebody has a fault, they have like a mistake. Like if there's a fault, if you have a faulty appliance, it means it doesn't work properly. And so it's like I guess, yeah, okay. Is fault condemning? Because I'm saying fault in a non-condemning way. I think that's it, right? Because like, I think, like, because chat, wouldn't you say his brain was faulty? This is getting into some like really fun like word stuff. His brain was faulty, I think we all agree, because he has brain damage. And so he has a faulty brain. And so in that way, he's at fault, right? But when I say at fault, I don't mean it in such a way of like, he's morally messed up, he's doing things, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm very sympathetic in that way. And so when I say at fault, I'm not saying like he's at fault morally. I'm saying like, he's fucked up, and that is like him being at fault. You kind of get what I mean? Yeah, throwing in like masculinity, accepting mental disorder. Yeah, that's brutal. I'm not ready to intake. That is a whole other deal, which is valid. I mean, like, you know, I think that's probably true with like a lot of people. But yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to say with fault. I don't think his dad was like a bad person. I think, yeah, that's why I'm trying to break down the wording. I don't think his dad was a bad person for getting an injury and then his brain gets all fucked up and then he's like violent and impulsive. He's somebody that needs treatment, you know? It's not like he's like made a fail, like he's been dealt a really brutal deck of cards and he needs treatment. And so you could maybe, so it's a lot harder to like be like, oh, you're a bad person. But I don't want to like distance the person he became from the actions he took while he was that person, you know? Yeah. I think, well, there's even a part of me. A sick person who needed help but was left untreated, it's a tragedy. Yeah. He wasn't 100% to blame that he needed help, but he was still responsible for his actions. Yes? I mean, that's just scary, because it's like, if I guess the scary thing is I'm thinking like, okay, let's say I become schizophrenic right now, right? Because I'm at the age, like, early to mid-20s, I think, for men, or when, like, schizophrenia, like, manifests a lot. Let's say I become schizophrenic, my brain just starts absolutely cooking itself, and then, like, I kill someone, right? Is it my fault? And I think I'm okay with accepting that, yes, it's my fault, even if, like, I'm the victim of schizophrenia in that case, and, like, my brain getting cooked. I am a victim, but it's still, like, I'm the one that did that, you know? Even if, like, I had no grasp on reality, it's like, I still did that. And so, it's like, yeah. Alcohol and drunk driving. Yeah, like, yeah, that's even, I think, a pretty reasonable example. Because when you're super inebriated, like, your brain, you're not able to make, like, decisions if you're, like, blackout drunk, you know? It's, people treat those decisions differently, but of course we still, legally, are very against drunk driving. And, like, socially against drunk driving. It is only faulty based on the brain he has before. If we look at his brain in a vacuum, he is at fault. But if we see him as the same person that before that, I don't see him having that much fault. Yeah, it's like you're holding on to the vestige of the person that he was. You decided to drink the alcohol. Yeah, and well, that is true. And that's probably where it's a little more... Because he didn't decide to get a brain disorder. That was not something that he at all wanted. Or like the schizophrenia thing. He didn't... I wouldn't have decided to get schizophrenia. But, like, deciding to drink alcohol and then getting, like, a little stupider and then making a stupid decision compounding over and over. Yeah, there is the original difference with that. I think that's true. I think that's true. With mental illness and alcohol, you can at least take medicine. There's nothing Ire's dad could have done to fix his brain at that time. Yeah. Yeah. And so that makes it really hard to be like, yeah, he's a fucked up guy. He was so horrible. I don't think that at all. I don't think that at all. But because the thing is, if you say this too much, if you push this direction too much, then how does that make the mom feel, right? Because the mom was abused. That's not her fault, you know? She did not choose to be abused, and she eventually tried to get out of it. She was trapped, right? And so, like, what do we do about that? Like, if we say, like, oh, the dad was fine, he didn't do anything wrong, then she's gonna be like, I was abused. What do you mean he didn't do anything wrong, right? And so it's like, wow, that's a really hard thing. Or like, yeah, you could apply it to like a lot of the characters with like L5 symptoms. Did they do anything wrong? And it's like, dude, their brains were getting cooked. Like they had no chance. Can you ever say that, yes, they did something wrong, but they had like almost no chance to not do something wrong? But it's also not true that they had no chance, because like Rena was pulled back from that brink, and she really, really held herself back for a long time. Like, even if you are dealt the worst deck imaginable, you can still play it the best you can, right? And so it's like, I think you can still be like, yeah, you did something wrong, but you can be incredibly sympathetic to being like, but also, it would have been really hard to not do something wrong. It would have been almost borderline impossible to not do something wrong in that case. That's how bad of a situation you were in. And so it's like, yes, you're at fault, and yes, that's a problem, but that does not mean I hate you or that you are. It's like I think it even ties into redemption, right? Like, redemption wise, do I think that his father could be redeemed? Yes, easily, because he isn't like, if we are able to like give him like treatment or whatever, then he is redeemed. It's really as simple as that. It's not even like almost on him to get redemption that way. I guess it would be him being able to introspect and be like, I'm really fucked up in some way, and then be able to like overcome whatever is in his way to like get treatment. Not that the treatment's even available at this time, right? But it's like, yeah, I already read it, yes. Yeah. I think there's some component of redemption too. What I'm about to say is a little crazy, but do we see that as her own fault? Based on how much his brain was fucked up, we can see him as a natural disaster. Well, what was her fault? Like, getting abused? Like, getting abused is not her fault, right? Because it's nothing she did. And she eventually, like, tried to get away from it, you know? Yeah, I think the most... I think it's okay to say fault, because then you address an issue, and then you try to fix it. I think people don't like the idea that they're shaped by the things that happen to them, and that then they have to, like, take accountability for that or whatever. You know? Where it's like, he hit his head, got a mental disorder, got cooked because of that. And it's like, well, that sucks. That's not his fault. Why is it, like, up to him to redeem himself or whatever? You know? And that feels really shitty. But at the end of the day, like, it is you. You have the most control over you. You have control over your actions to some degree. Or you just accept that the environment has control over your actions, and then we get really, like, we get lost in the sauce. So I think that's why I just generally say, like, we are all responsible for what we do. Accountability for brain trauma. Yeah, exactly. That sounds insane. It's like, he's not accountable for getting brain trauma. But, like, the he that he becomes after brain trauma, I think I still would hold, like, accountable. But accountable doesn't mean, this guy's evil, let's kill him. It means, like, hey, you are doing crazy stuff. We need to fix you. You know? Like, I think that's my use of the term accountability and responsibility, is that it's not, like, it's just recognizing the problem, ascribing the root cause to an individual, and then trying to fix the problem. Like, because you have to accept that there's a problem to fix it. So that's kind of, I think, my use of the term. The disease doesn't take away the person's choice. It makes it really hard for them, though. And it's like, it's, you know, do we blame somebody for their choices when they're L5? To some degree, I think it's okay to do that. But it's like, it's not like, well, blame. I don't like the word blame, but like, yeah. Because we have to accept what it is. I don't trust the system. Oh, yeah. I'm not talking about, like, legal system. I am not talking about legal system accountability. Fuck that. No. I'm saying, like, yeah. That's why I'm trying to be really careful with the term, the wording. Because it's very much like, I don't want to look at this guy and be like, throw him in prison, he's a bad person. That's stupid. That's reductive, right? That is not at all the case. It's more, oh, something is wrong with this guy. He is a faulty individual for some reason. Let's accept that there is fault there, that there is an issue there, that there is something broken, and then let's go in and let's try to fix it. Redemption. Fixing doesn't sound right, though. I think I'm fine with fixing. Redeem. I mean, redeem would be the better word. That one's a softer word if you prefer redeem. I more mean like redemption, you know? And like, rehabilitation. That's why I'm a big rehabilitation redemption guy. And so when I say fault and blame, that is still in context with everybody being redeemed, everybody being rehabilitated. Not fixing, he needs help or like support. Well, yeah, I mean, I would say help and support is a way to fix the problem. But like, sure, if you want to, yeah, I'm fine with that. There are other words we can use, but yeah, I don't mean fixing like a bad way. It's like give him the support he needs that he like stops getting fucked up. But that just sounds like fixing to me. Anyway, yeah, so he is the victim of a brain disorder. And we accept that as what it is. And his mother was a victim of him. And we accept that as what it was. And, yeah. But it's not up to Irie to, like, make his mom accept that. Like, that's up to his mom to do, you know? If Irie's father was cured and got better, would you say he's at fault for his past actions? No. I don't think so. Like, well, at fault. I mean, what is at fault? It's not like I want him to be punished for his past actions. I mean, if he's cured and got better, then we're good. Like, the past is dealt with. There's no more reason to even look at his past actions and try to ascribe blame or fault, you know? It's like, at that point, it's like, there's no point. Like, the point of blame and fault is to, like, identify problems to fix it so that the world gets better for redemption and rehabilitation. The point is not to just, like, punish. So, like, I only care about that up to the point that it's used to, like, help people. So if we've already done the helping, then we're good. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good at that. I think we're good. Killing that new person. I got bad news for you, Mr. Fool. Every day you wake up and you've killed the last you. I think I have, in a sense, had an experience that I, like, killed my prior self. And it was, like, it was brutal. But, yeah. Anyways, chat, let's continue. A lot of yapping there, but it's an interesting thing. You don't complain to a person who's coughing because he has a cold. Because coughing is just a symptom and he should be sympathized with. In my father's case, the symptoms weren't as obvious as a cough. Yeah, I think I generally agree with Irie. I think I genuinely agree. I just, like, terminology-wise, am, like, still want to have, like, some level of some other stuff. But I think I agree with his sentiment, if nothing else. They took the form of changes in personality, which are much harder to recognize. If I had studied the brain more, I could have explained it better to my mother so that she could have understood him. Then they could have been a nice couple again in heaven. Aww. Hey, I got good news for you, Irie. If heaven's real, the brain damage has gone up there, and I think that she'll be able to do that, you know? I still have, that's the nice thing about the idea of heaven. Like, they can still do that, you know? All will be made well. I do not believe in quantum immortality now. When I realized that, I cried. And I also realized that there are plenty of people like my father in this world who are suffering from a disorder, yet they are misunderstood and despised for it. And then I found out about a miraculous cure for such disorders called a lobotomy. Ever since that day, I spent my days learning about the brain so I could help people who are suffering from mental illnesses. Oh, my poor Irie, you're trying to do good. My father is gone, but if he was still alive, I could cure him myself, so he and my mother could reconcile. That's the main reason why I am here. Oh, Irie, you are trying, bro. You are trying, and I appreciate that from you. I do appreciate that from you. Man, reality's tough, bro. Reality and morality is, like, such a mess. Such a mess. Alright, let's do Jiro Tomitake. Yeah, brought it into the lobotomies. We all knew the lobotomy was coming too, bro. Oh, and that's like the thing. Like, if we completely agree with Irie, like, because people are being like, oh, Irie is completely right. Like, there is no fault. Then, like, that's kind of how we got to the lobotomy thing, and we don't agree with the lobotomy thing, right? And so it's like, well, if you agree with Irie, and it like can somewhat naturally lead to lobotomy, and we don't agree with lobotomy, then where did it go wrong? Either we don't agree with Irie in some function, or something along the way you don't agree with. Or you're a hypocrite, you know? So, yeah, like, that's why I think I was trying to spend so much time, like, on bottling that. Is like, it does go to dangerous places if left unchecked, so I'm trying to check it and really chew on it in my brain in order to find out why I feel what, and, like, how to reach better things, you know? Isn't this kind of what's happening with Kanye West? Yo, what did Kanye do, bro? I know Kanye low-key, like, had a lost his mind pivot. Losing his mind pivot. Without the part of him going to lobotomize people without consent. The forecast said that there was a chance of rain in the evening, but I didn't think it would rain so hard. We decided to wait at an abandoned bus stop for the rain clouds to clear.
ごめんよ、高野さん。
あら、いいのよ、気にしないで、次郎さん。私も土砂降りになるかもしれないことを
Kanye is
覚悟の
L5
上で出かけたんだから。Dakota-san giggled. Although she said the weather might change suddenly, I dragged her out here. I feel stupid for making her come along and ending up ruining her precious day off. I have to go back to Tokyo tonight, so it'll be a while before I can return to Himizawa. He put out an ad in a physical newspaper apologizing for everything, saying it was a result of brain damage from a car crash years prior. Kanye is Irie's father. Think about it. Think about it. You know? But yeah, like, huffing gas, doing drugs, maybe car crash, that's accidental, but the drugs is purposeful. Brain damage, where did it come from? Where do we ascribe fault? How sympathetic do we be? You know, is it true colors? Blah, blah, blah. What's the difference? Like, it gets really complicated and, like, crunchy, which is why I try to, like, just be like, you are what you are, accept it, be better, you know? And that kind of, it just includes everything. Accept everything for what it is, and then do your best with what you can. I don't believe that for half a second, and yeah, you might be right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that online. I don't know about all this. I don't care about Kanye nearly that much. Though I do like Kanye's music. I am actually a Kanye listener. But yeah. Bro, yeah. Anyways, I have to go back to Tokyo tonight, so it'll be a while before I can return to Hinamizawa. I didn't want to spend my last day at a cheap hotel in Okinomiya, so I asked her to go for a stroll.
いや、本当に申し訳ない。
She teased me for a while, but only a little. She wasn't actually enjoying driving me into a corner. That's just her way of communicating, and I find it very charming. I think I've become captivated by her. But on her part, I'm just an auditor from Tokyo. That's why she's being nice to me, and it's definitely not because she likes me personally. So I feel like I might have used my position to drag her out here, and that makes me a little depressed. I probably should think this slight fever I have is due to nothing more than a cold. Oh, slight fever obtained? Alright, that was one of them. We got the slight fever. Slight fever. Tomi, Take. I probably should think this slight fever I have is due to nothing more than a cold, but she was the type of person who made it clear when she disliked something. Hanyu West. Oh my god. She wouldn't say so directly, but she would use all kinds of indirect expressions that meant the same thing. So I want to believe she's out here because she might even be a little bit attracted to me. I do like that he addresses lightly that his position. He addresses the dating your employee problem. Low Kirkuinly, he's cute. He is a cute, naive boy. Gets eaten up by Takano. I shook my head as I frowned upon my selfish thoughts. She chuckled as though she knew what I was thinking. I felt myself starting to go red after that. Aww, this is cute. Her calling herself a weirdo. Yeah, you a little weird, but maybe I like a freak. Guys, she hasn't done war crimes in this fragment yet, maybe. She's just planning on doing them. Oh my god, she's evil. The thing is, chat, I would still kill adult Takano a lot of this time, alright? Don't get it twisted, but like...
おかしななんてことはないよ。高野さんは十分魅力的だよ。
Oh, man.
むしろ僕みたいな男のために貴重な休日を割いてもらったのが申し訳ないくらいだよ。
確かに私はとても大切な研究のために生涯を捧げたつ
She
もり
wants
だ
to
け
be
ど、
wet. Life is too dry with only that.
人生は潤いがないもの。たまには頭を切り替えて遊ぶことも大事だし、それに
Wait, is this
異性と
true?
のコミュニケーションは
Communicating with the
脳の
opposite
活
sex
性
is
にも
good for
と
the
てもいい
brain? Just talking to my mom count? What about my mommy? Any mommy?
僕ごときで高野さんの頭の気分転換のお役に立ててるな。
あなたは私と一緒にいても気分転換にはならない。
Takano Swift. She gives me an impish smile that makes my heart skip a beat. Must be why Pink is like that. I tried hiding my embarrassment so she wouldn't notice even my ears going red.
そんなことないよ。僕も高野さんと一緒に過ごせるとこう
Avian
いろい
photography.
ろと気分転換になるよ。それに
Actually,
ほら高野さんに野鳥撮影のことを布教すれば僕も
I'll
撮
stop
影
trolling
の
too
同
much,
志を得られる
okay?
わ
Yo,
けだし
Brennan
ね
Lee Mulligan is a big avian
もし
guy,
よかったら
alright? Let's put some respect on the avians
次
out
に来
there.
るときは僕の古いカメラを持ってくるよ。買うと高いからね。
ありがとう。あなたを虜にする野鳥撮影がどれくらい楽しいのかぜひ教えていただけると嬉しいわ。ぜひ次の機会には野鳥撮影の散策にご一緒したいわね。じゃあ私自分では買わなくていいの
I wonder
か
how
しら。
genuine she feels about this or if she's doing it to
僕の
manipulate.
お風呂で少し
I mean,
調
she, I
整
think
してみて
generally does like him, but
馴
it's
染め
kind of
そ
the
う
one
だ
of
った
those
ら
things, you know?
新しいカメラを買う方がいいんじゃないかな。
I think she genuinely likes him because she offered him to stay with
ありが
her.
とう。次に来てくださるときは
But
ぜひ私の写真の批評をお願いするわね。
うんどんな写真か楽しみだな。
きっと二郎さんみたいにはいかないわ。本当に初めてですもの。
while she keeps her cool and smiles, all I can do is blush and scratch my head. Am I being conceited? I can't help but think that Takano-san likes being with me. If it's mere flattery, I don't think she'd come along this far. Oh, no, no, no. Taking women's flattery seriously is the mistake I always make. I shouldn't assume that she's attracted to me.
そういえばこうして二郎さんと二人きりで
And I literally would
おしゃべりする
immediately
のは
bust in my
初めてね
pants. Alright, never mind, sorry.
そうだね。
Let me be a little...
い
Let
つ
me chill
も
out.
所長とか
Let me
他の
chill
研
out.
究員の人とかがいたりするからね。
私あなたのことを全然知らないの。
Chat,
あなた
I'm
が
just
東京でど
very
んな仕事
alone.
をしているかとか今までどんなことをしてきたのかとか
My
自衛
sweet
隊で
chud.
どんな活躍をされているのかしら。
My sweet chud.
昔ちょっとだけ教官の真似事をしてたけどね、怪我をした時に目をやっちゃってね。普段の生活には支障はないんだけど
Brutal.
大ごとに受け取られちゃって、それ以来は事務屋の仕事ばかりやらされてるんだよ。
Takano-san giggles, saying I must have done something silly to cause the injury.
それでね、体内の広報誌を作る仕事を手伝った時にイベントの写真撮影で初めてカメラの魅力を知ったんだよ。カメラには人を幸せにする力があるのさ。何を言ってるんだろうって思ってたんだ
Grinder
けど、
got you, King. You can find a femboy.
僕はカメラに触れるようになってから日々に幸せを感じるようになったと思ってるよ。
カメラでどうして幸せになれるのかしら。
うん、
Wait,
カメラ
what was
と
that
いう
line
の
she
は
just said?
日々の生活を切り取って写真にして残すものなんだ。残すくらいなんだから幸せなものを写したいという
You know what's
当然だろ
cute? That when she was in the place, what was it? The torture implements room with Rika. She was taking a lot of photos. Aw, she was so happy when she was looking at the torture.
じゃあ幸せなものはどこにあるんだろうとファインダー越しに自分の周りの世界を覗いてみると、そこには今まで当たり前だと思っていたものが実はとても幸せなものだったんだと気づくことでいっぱいなんだ。例えば 路肩のアスファルトの隙間からけなげに生えている一輪のタンポポだって忙しく通り過ぎる時にはただの雑草に過ぎないけれど、ファインダー越しに覗いた時、それは春の訪れを教えてくれる季節からの素敵な贈り物であったことに気づけるんだよ。それを写真に収めアルバムに残す。そしてアルバムを再び開くたびに
Man, he's
そ
ranting
の
about
時
his
の幸せな気持ちが蘇ってくるんだ。
interests.
二郎さんは風景や野鳥の撮影をしながらそんな気持ちに浸っているの？
その写真が芸術的かどうかとか賞を取れるような
Wait,
劇的
wait,
瞬間
chat,
かどうか
question?
なんていう野心的なことは
This
僕にとってあまり
sequence
重要じゃ
of
ないんだよ。僕た
a
ちが
bunch
気づかない
of
小さな
fragments
幸せに気づか
overall
せ
is probably going to take a long
そ
time,
こにこ
right?
そカメラの魅力があるんだと思ってるんだ。だから
Like,
そん
like
な
there's
気持
like
ちでこのひなみ沢をファインダーで覗けることは
there's like
とても楽し
7
くて
pages,
幸せ
and
な
I've
こ
done
と
like
なんだよ。
4 of them, and I feel like even if I wasn't yapping, it'd probably take like an hour. So this is probably like doing all the fragments is probably a multi-stream thing, yeah? Okay, yeah, not one stream. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So it's nice and that gives me a lot of like choice in being able to like jump around, or like not feel like I have to do them all today because that would be insane. Okay, cool. I have a tendency to go overboard when I talk, but most of the time, Takano-san playfully twists my words right back at me. So it's very unusual for her to listen to me like this. Takano-san sat down next to me and tried to fiddle with my camera. I don't know how much of an impression I made, but I think she is indeed interested in cameras. I was expecting her to tease me like usual, so I'm happy to see that this is her
ちょっ
reaction.
と試してみるかい？
私にもできるかしら？
簡単だよ。最初はピントの合わせ方とシャッターの押し方だけ覚えれば十分さ。持ってごらん。ああ、レンズには絶対に触れちゃダメだよ。
50 fragments
簡
today.
単じゃないじゃない。
Since she seemed to show an interest in cameras, I wanted to take a walk around Hinamizawa and take some pictures of the scenery. But unfortunately, the rain doesn't seem to want to stop. Oh my goodness. No, I'm so... It would be really... I think it would unironically be a really cute couple activity to like... Oh, I get it now. That's why people like do like sex tapes. I feel like there's a way to do like a really cute and romantic like lightly sexual photo, you know, of like, you know, like not in like a weird pervy like lustful way, but I think there's like a really cute romantic thing you could do of like being like taking like I don't know. I'm kind of like trying to like I don't think because they're a cute couple and they're talking about photography and capturing happy moments, and so I'm thinking like, oh, I wonder if there's a component. What? I don't want to like. I don't want to get stuck in the tangent, but like I think there's an interesting comparison to that to like sex tapes, or like taking like I'm thinking like just taking like a nice photo like oh we're having like a really intimate time together, and like I take a picture of that with consent, obviously with consent, and very clear boundaries of how that is shared. Probably not shared at all. I would never want any of that shared, but like I can see a really cute thing with that and being like now this moment together we get to like have, you know, in this really cute moment we get to like have physical forever, you know? It's more than just an action. It's like we've like objectified it, like put it into a object. I think that could be done in a really cute way. The funny thing is I say that and it sounds like I'm like doing like a bit like a gross like a lewd bit or like a NSFW bit. I actually am kind of thinking about that genuinely, be like, oh, that's kind of a cute thing you could do, I think. Yeah. I kind of think I have a new understanding of like why people would maybe do that, because I've never really understood it before. I'm like, why would you ever take a picture of that? That's just asking, like, that's just risk of leaks. But it's like, oh, I can kind of see like, huh. Anyways, so the first set of pictures she ever took were of odd things in that dark little building. Since then, every time we'd meet, we ended up walking around the village with our cameras in our hands. That was cute. I like that. That was cute. I'm not a freak. Alright. Why do I even try? Yeah, there we go. A little bit of understanding in chat. I think I get what you're saying now, kinda. There we go. Okay, so Rika doesn't have a high fever, but Tomotoke has a slight fever. So we got that. I think we have nothing else right now we can do in the first 2 pages. The truth about Shirakawa Park accident. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, look! Do we want to do a Hanyu one? I kind of want to, like, keep them, like, roughly aligned. But no, yeah, I think we kind of have maxed out what we can do with these people right now. We have to, like, do some other people and get them to all interconnect. So yeah, let's do a local explanatory meeting with Hanyu.
でして、ダムの建設事業に伴う地域振興や地域産業の育成などですね。
そんなことは聞いてねえっつってんだろ。俺らの誰の断りがあって、
Oh, okay.
ダムなんか作ろうって言い出したかって聞いてんだ。ああ、わしらから税金絞るだけ絞っといて、それに対する返事がこれっちゅうんか。あんどりゃ誰の税金で給料もらったんじゃ。
ですから、先ほどから申し上げておりますように、
言い訳など聞いちゃならんねえ。いつ計画を中止するんか聞いとるんじゃい。お前じゃ話にならん。東京の建設大臣を連れてこい。ここではっきり白黒つけちゃう。突っ込まんかコッパ役人が。大体踊れら。人様の税金で仕事しとって。
You're a public servant.
高い段で話をしとるん
Love
じゃ。
that one.
目線で話さんかい目線で。
Now that's an argument. The auditorium is filled with angry shouting. The sign at the entrance says, Hinamizawa Dam Construction Explanatory Meeting. Every time the official on the stage tried to say anything, the citizens packed into the room silenced him with their shouts. Trying to ignore them, the official continued to explain the pros of the dam. But that just further infuriated them. Between the stage and the citizens, there was an open area where a police squad is standing by. If they weren't there, the citizens would jump onto the stage and start a riot. I swear, if it cuts to Oishi... I'm watching all this from the back of the auditorium! Whoa, the coloring just changed? It's obvious to anyone that they're being swallowed by their anger. They become filled with a bloody red rage. The anger that came from a certain purpose becomes a purpose in itself, and it creates a vicious cycle where anger leads to more anger. Holy high IQ emotional intelligence. Right? What's the word? Like... anger, what's the word? I think it starts with an R and it's like a long word. Of like anger that's like justified. Like feeling angry, like feeling justified anger is extremely dangerous. Because, and I think this is a good way to put it, the anger that came from a certain purpose becomes a purpose in itself, and it creates a vicious cycle where it's like you feel justified in your anger, and perhaps you are justified in your anger, but then instead of it being about the justification, it starts to be about the anger, and then it loops. Righteous. Yes, righteous is the word. Yeah, righteous anger I think is really dangerous, because then it can just lead to like anger for anger's sake, for anger's sake, for anger's sake. Hate begets hate, hate begets hate, anger begets anger, anger begets anger. Infinite doom spiral, and yeah, Hanyu just pointed at that. Anger is a necessary emotion for humans. People face many difficulties in their lives. Anger gives them the motivation to fight and conquer such difficulties. Therefore, anger is an essential part of life itself, so I will never reject anger itself. However, anger like this, that goes far beyond normal, makes people forget their purpose. Yeah, I mean, she's pretty much saying exactly like what I'm saying. This is great. That is no longer an essential part of life. As the blood rushes to their head, a person can't even remember what they've done. They go out of control. Such emotions are very painful, sad, and difficult to endure. I can clearly see the villagers who live alongside us turning into demons. I understand the rules of the human world. The power of an individual can't be compared to the power of the government. So to be able to fight, an individual needs to become part of a larger unified power. But to steer that unified power in the right direction is extremely difficult. The cycle of anger leads to more anger. Anger begets anger. Not anger that helps you live, but anger that exists only for anger. It's just like being a demon. And this emotion is capable of violently rousing us from our long, peaceful slumber. Everyone is immersed in their own anger. We lived peacefully with the villagers while we slept quietly. Yet now we've awakened. And it's like the world is trying to return to that age when demons were said to rise from Onigafuchi Swamp. I keep shouting at everyone to get them to calm down, but my voice can't reach them because of the vicious cycle of anger. Even so, I'll continue shouting, hoping even one of them will hear my voice. Hanyu, no. Aw, this is cute because it shows that Hanyu did believe. Like, we're actually seeing Hanyu believe in a miracle, so to speak, where she's being active. And so the Hanyu that we've known the entire time has been a passive Hanyu, but this is Hanyu being active. Because if I don't do anything, the demons may awaken. The demons that went into a deep sleep may reawaken because of this commotion. Then, all of a sudden, the atmosphere changed. Looking up, I saw that the angry exchange between villagers and those on the podium had devolved into a confrontation between the villagers themselves. What's going on? Hey! Satoko's dad!
Yo!
Satoko's dad speaking lines?
繁盛すったらんはアホんだろ
Oreo. Oreo and Satoko's dad bickering. Hey, this is cool. We haven't been able to see this before.
てめえ、お涼さんと知っててその口聞いとるんかいな。
Man, our narrator POV is crazy. Or like our storytelling perspective, we bouncing everywhere, bruh.
百科橋は
He
そ
just
の
punched
先が
someone.
なんぼのもんじゃい。わしゃ北条じゃ。ご主人客は引っ込んどらんか。え？おお、北条の生抜かしよった。ようも村を沈めちゃる言えるの。お前。
Satoko's dad VA is same as Tepe? Oh, got you, got you.
たまらんか死に損ないが。いいんか。南
I think
沢
I
に
can
は
kind
貧
of
乏
hear
に
it.
も大勢おるん。お前んとこみたいに山に畑をうなるほど持ってる地主とわけが違う。あ？わしゃあの国の保証金で十分満足しとった。町の公営住宅も手配してくれるっちゅうし、なんも不足はなかった。それをオンドレラが全部ちゃぶ台ひっくり返しちゃったん。台無しにしちゃったんじゃポケ。踊れら地主の都合で人まで巻き込むなや。
Genuine
こん
creative
なに
mode
国
is
と
funny.
喧嘩せんかったら踊りが一人でやれ。したらん銭は誰が払うんね。踊りかいな。うちはな貧乏だし育ち盛りが二人もおるん。おとなしゅう国から銭をもろうて職を斡旋してもろうて人生再設計中とこ
The
だ
funny
や。
thing is like now knowing how Hinami Solo works is that like if the dam project succeeded and they all moved out, like let's say the Tokyo stuff's not happening, dam project succeed, they all moved out, they would all go crazy and like kill each other and fucking go crazy, you know, because they wouldn't have the Rika bathwater. That's crazy work. Satoko's dad rolling his R's like pink. Holy. He actually picked that up from me, by the way. I was chatting with him the other day. Hey, Satoko's dad is a Pink Cube viewer. What? What?
ようも抜かしたこの裏切り者がなら村から出てけ。おお、出ていったらもちろんそれに見合う銭はお前が払うんじゃろうな。わしが国からもらい損ねた銭きっちり都合つけてくれるんじゃろうな。なあ、村から出とうとも銭がないんじゃ。踊りが払うんならすぐにでも出たったろわ。北条の言う通りだ。立ち退いてもいいと思ってる住
Satoko's
民も
dad
い
is
るんだ
Pink
ぜ。
Sugar Daddy.
ご参加は俺たちを巻き込むな。
Then Satoshi and Satoko would be my bloody sugar siblings.
なんじゃ
My bloody sugar
今抜かしたのは
siblings.
誰じゃ。名乗らんかボケ。
残りたいやつ勝手に残ればいいだろうが。立ち退きも権利じゃ。勝手に人様の権利に干渉すんなこのダラスが。そうじゃそうじゃ。
Oh my goodness. I'm okay. I'm gonna say this, but we're not gonna get stuck in the spiral again. We're not getting stuck in the spiral. But imagine two siblings, two actual siblings, that then wait. Okay, I'm gonna do this really quickly. Okay, really quickly. Right? And then sugar. Okay. This is all I'm trying to say, right? That what if you have the normal siblings, two blood siblings that then share a sugar daddy. And so they have a sugar daddy who is not their actual daddy, right? And they're blood siblings, but then so they get to be both normal siblings and they get to be both sugar siblings. So it'd be like a pair of sisters or a pair of siblings in any sense that share a sugar daddy, because the sugar daddy's both of them. And so they're both sugar siblings and normal siblings. And so it would be giga incest. Get it? I think that's fascinating. Okay. Sorry. Quick. Had a quick tangent. The elusive sugar daddy molecule. Holy peak. Yo, I actually should be a chemist. But like with that, I should be like a relationship chemist. Keep some ideas in the spank bank. That is not in my spank bank, to be clear. That is not in my spank bank. But if I was a sugar daddy, would I target two sisters? No, I would not do that. That's crazy. Talk about it. Hold your breath and suffocate to death. Alright, I'll murder your ass. Yo. Yo. Whoa. Stop this violence. Please stop. Yeah, Oreo really is into the heat, bro. Everyone is being tainted with the bloody red anger. And I can only watch. Poor Hanyu, bro. The least I can do is to apologize for the tragedy that is about to happen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay, Hanyu. It's not your... I'm sorry. This is how things started. From this day onward, the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family will wage a feud against each other, and the Hojo family will become ostracized within the village. This marks the beginning of Satoko and Satoshi's lives of tremendous hardship. Oh, Hanyu, I'm sorry. It's okay. I have no mouth and I must... Ow, ow, ow. I wonder if that's the apology thing. There was a thing about apologizing repeatedly. I think it was here. Maybe. I don't know if that was repetitive enough. That was only like 4 or 5 sorries. But that might be that. Okay. Oh, are we gonna do the Satoshi one? Yo, bro. Are we about to jump into some Satoshi movements? Satoshi time, baby! Let's hit it. Let's hit it. I don't... Well, what if I accidentally break it? I don't want to break it, bro. We'll do Satoshi real quick. When I asked Rika-chan, she said Satoko might have possibly gone up to the mountain behind the shrine. She's fond of going there. That mountain is covered in with trees, vines, and fallen logs, and she really likes the area. Any child would dream of having a secret base, and to Satoko, her secret base is the whole mountain. However, the mountains were undeveloped territory, making them a dangerous place that was easy to get lost in. As her brother, I'm a little concerned that she spends so much time on it. But maybe I should worry more about myself getting lost since I rarely come here. The mountain gets dark quickly when evening falls. If I still can't find her, I should look for her somewhere else.
Satoko!
Oh, my beautiful boy.
Satoko!
I'm yelling as loud as I can, but in the woods, my voice doesn't carry that well. Insane Asylum, thank you for the follow. According to Rika-chan, she has been making her secret base in this area. She goes up there alone to expand it. What does she mean by expand it? Oh, the traps? If it's a secret base, she must not want anyone to find it. Does that mean she set up some traps? Considering that, I should have noticed the traps on the mountain before one got me. Into the poop spikes. Suddenly my foot sunk into the ground and snagged on something like a jump rope tied beneath dried leaves. Sad to join in Chapter 8, wish I had seen the earlier Chapters too. Hey, well, welcome aboard at least for Chapter 8, bruh. And yeah, thank you, Sif, for linking the VODs. All the VODs on the YouTube channel. Fully streamed, full thing. Very long playlist, but it'll be a good time. Also, we're doing Umineko after, so if that's something you're interested in, W-Men's. I heard some noise from up above, and then a big ball made of branches fell right next to me. It had to be one of the playful traps Satoko loved. If I wasn't so lucky, I'm sure the ball would have hit my head. Yo, bro.
どなたが現れたかと思えば、
Alright.
ニーニーではありませんの。
サトコ、ダメだよこんな遊びは。危ないじゃないか。
It's interesting that the traps were something she did when Satoshi was still around. I kind of thought it might have been like a weird coping thing after losing him or something. Though I don't actually remember. Maybe we already knew this detail, that this was already happening. But yeah, that's interesting.
それを無視する方には素敵なトラップの大歓迎がお待ちしておりましたよ。
Aww. As her brother, I should stop her from doing things like this. But when I see her brilliant smile, I can't say anything else. I haven't seen that smile in some time.
それよりサトコ、今日は家族みんなで食事に出かけるから、夕方までには家に戻りなさいって言われてたじゃないか。
別に私、お食事なんか行きたくありませんわ。お母さんとお父さんが二人で行けばいいん
Okay,
じ
so
ゃ
they're
あり
still
ま
alive
せ
at
ん
this
の。
point. Wow, she's been making traps for a long
ニ
time.
ーニーも一緒に三人で行けばいいんですわ。
Aw, Nini.
まだお父さんのこと怒ってるのかい？
私に灰皿を投げつけましたわ。
違うだろう。
Oh, wait. Oh, okay, no, wait. Wait, I'm confused. Because this... Wait, mother and father, I think they would refer to aunt and uncle as aunt and uncle. But there was the thing of, like, the stepdad or something. So, this might be what he's talking about. That hasn't happened with our previous father. Our current one hasn't done
私を
that.
ベランダに追い出して鍵をかけましたわ。お昼ご飯を抜きにされましたわ。タバコの種類が違うと
Dude,
言
you
わ
know
れ
what's
ましたわ。
also so
好き
crazy?
嫌いはダメだってほっぺたを
That
叩
she'd been
かれましたわ。
she probably out here L5, not L5, but she probably like low-key got that hallucination shit on top of being a child, you know? Like, no wonder. Her mom remarried a lot? Yeah.
それから、それから。
Oh, this poor child. She isn't talking about our current stepfather. Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Things about all of our different stepfathers have mixed themselves up in her head. Wow, stepfathers plural? Crazy. Every time our mother remarried, we had to call a different man our father. The word father isn't a word that should be taken lightly. If you don't truly acknowledge a man as your father, how can you call him that? That's how much weight it carries. However, just to make things smooth and peaceful, I used the word father, even if I didn't want to. But it was too difficult for Satoko, young as she was, to do the same. Ever since Satoko was very little, she's been having troubles with all our stepfathers. She's never opened up to our current one. To Satoko, a father figure is no longer someone she can trust. It's true that our current stepfather doesn't have any experience being a parent, so he sometimes gets rather upset with her. But ever since the incident where Satoko called the child abuse hotline, our stepfather regretted his mistakes and tried his best to communicate with her. Even my mother realized how much Satoko has suffered emotionally when it was pointed out by the social worker. She's doing her part in trying to bring Satoko back into the family. Aw, they're trying! They're trying to help her! But Satoko completely refuses to even try. It's understandable, though. Her childhood has been filled with misery. Satoko can only open up to me. That's why I have to be the one and only family member she can trust. Otherwise, she'll be all alone in this world. But a brother and sister alone can't be considered a family. I think the only slight misclick here from him is... like, he's taking the burden of being the only one she can trust, but I think... and that's, like, low-key true, but, like, it should be... that's right now, right? The objective is to bring her back into the family so that she can learn to trust her mom and learn to trust her father, right? And so... I think when he says it like this, I have to be the only one family member she can trust. It's not with the idea of her being able to open up to other people in the future. It sounds like a little bit too, like, and that's how it's going to be, you know? Yeah. Even if we don't get along now, if we continue to communicate, even in a small way, we may be able to become a real family someday. Yeah, and this is right. He corrects it. So, like, he's not even wrong about that.
今のお父さんは
Yeah, this is good.
だん
This is
だん
good.
優しくなってきたよ。サトコと仲直りしたいっていつも言ってる。
そんなの聞いたことありませんわ。
お父さんがそれを言おうとすると、サトコが逃げちゃうからだよ。お父さんももっとサトコと話をしたがってる。もうかぼちゃを無理やり食べさせた
No
り
more
はしない
pumpkins,
って言
Satoko.
ってたよ。
That's a big deal.
嘘ですわ。 かぼちゃを食べるまでは食卓から逃がさないって言われて、
Okay, I don't think he
一緒
tied
に
you
ビニール
to
紐
the
で
chair.
縛られましたわ。
Oh, Satoko. Again, she isn't talking about our current stepfather.
さとこ、とにかくニーニーと一緒に家に帰ろう。せっかくお母さんが福引きで当てたお食事券が無駄になっちゃうよ。予約制だから今日行かないと無効になっちゃう。
ニーニーだけで行けばいいんですわ。私は一人でお留守番してるのが好きなんですの。
Satoko usually doesn't stay out playing this late. She knows we're going out, and that's why she's out here alone. Although I want to snap at Satoko, I controlled myself. This kid is so locked in. Because she only has me. I can't scare her.
とにかくさとこ、帰ろう。食事に一緒に行くかどうかは帰ってから決めてもいいんじゃないかな。それにさとこに案内してもらわないと僕家に帰れない。
That's tech. Making her responsible for him getting home safe.
あれだけ何度も一緒に連れてってあげましたのに。
Yep, guess you're gonna have to teach me again, Satoko.
ま
GG.
ったくしょうがないニーニーですわね。
Got her, hook, line, and sinker. Satoko holds out her hand. She often says she's embarrassed to hold my hand in front of people, but she's holding out her hand right now. I took that hand. Satoko's fragile hand. I have to protect her as her big brother. Yeah, that does say she. Yeah, that does imply that to her. Absolutely. Like that wasn't the current one, where that because I assumed that Satoshi would know if that actually happened or not, and so for him to say that wasn't the current one implies it was the previous one, as opposed to him saying that didn't happen. You know, but maybe that's just yeah. Anyways, that's sweet. I love Satoshi, bro. Satoshi, my goat. Man, it really sucks that her parents are dead. I wish there was a way to, like... Because they were trying, and that's really, really sad that they were trying to make it work. I want to do Satoko because we just did Satoko. Or Satoshi, so I think that's the... It's nice and thematically in. My name is Satoko Hojo, but Hojo is my current father's family name. I was also Satoko Hatake, Satoko Yoshizawa, and also Satoko Matsura because of my previous fathers. I'm still not used to being called Hojo-san. If someone calls me Satoko, then I know that person is talking to me. Because Satoko is the name I've been using since I was born. I don't understand why my mother keeps getting married and divorced. If she's going to get a divorce, why does she get married? Yeah, kind of L mom low-key, like lock in. Your kids are suffering, but like, I'll let it slide. I don't know your situation well enough, so. If she's married, why does she get a divorce? I've asked her before, but depending on the situation, her answers were different. Well, but also like... This was at the time period when women didn't have nearly as much ability to, like, exist on their own, right? That was kind of the thing from earlier, with, Irie's mom. So I wonder if that, I would imagine that's still pretty alive at this point, in which case that would make Satoko's mom, like, in a way worse position, and I would, you know, yeah. That's kind of what I mean, where I don't know her situation well enough to actually judge, so I'm gonna completely back off. When I asked her when she was married, she got angry. When I asked her after she got divorced, she cried. I don't understand the meaning of marriage. So I have no interest in drawing pictures of a bride in a wedding dress. I don't think I'll ever get married. I don't want to keep changing my child's last name. My teacher once asked if I liked my mother. I think it was when I was in kindergarten in Okinomiya. That was a very difficult question, because sometimes I loved her very much, and sometimes I hated her very much. I couldn't decide. When my mother was nice, she smiled all the time. She made us happy. She thanked me for being her daughter. When my mother wasn't nice, she frowned all the time. She treated my brother and me very poorly. She told me I should have never been born. My teacher asked me if I liked my father. That was a very easy question, because I always hated him very much, no matter who he was. The new fathers always treated me nicely at first, as if I was their real daughter. They always told me I could think of them as my real father. But they couldn't be my real father. Besides, I didn't even know my real father's face. How could I call them my father? I couldn't. That was disgusting. Right before divorce, my fathers always became very irritated with me. Man, this reminds me of, like adopted children, too. And, like, bouncing between, like, foster homes. That this would be, like, a very, very difficult thing for the child, and also for the parent to try to, like, get through. Yeah, and that's, like, kind of relevant, because, like, one of my family members is adopted. I think I've talked about that before a little bit. And so, like, there was definitely, like, in the beginning, there was, like, some like behavioral issues. But I think in retrospect, it was largely just like kind of testing the family and being like, oh, like I've bounced around a lot of homes. And so I have to like, I'm going to be kind of like a problem child just so that I can go to the next one already, you know, that kind of energy. And so, and like I, in my future would kind of like to adopt. I kind of have like a loose plan in my head to adopt a kid. So like this kind of really resonates with me, which I really like. And I think it's, I mean like, was the guy child care, the Ryokishi was like a child consultant guy or something. And so like, I feel like we're getting a good portrayal of that here. I feel like this is a really like kind of a nuanced thing. That's cool to see. Right before divorce, my fathers always became very irritated with me. They treat me like a cockroach. They told me they didn't have enough money to feed me. They threw things at me and they locked me out on the veranda. I was told I could forget about them because that was all in the past. I think that was a different teacher from a different school. Maybe that's true. Because ever since Hojo became my father, my mother has been smiling. I haven't seen them get into a fight, as I have seen happen just before a divorce. They have little arguments here and there, but those don't lead to a divorce, and they always make up. But I'm sure they'll get a divorce sooner or later. Then it'll be the same old stuff with the family court, divorce settlements, and night flight, and child support. So who knows how long this Hojo will be my father. That's why I don't even feel like calling him that. He also treated me well at first, but when I didn't call him father, even after he asked me repeatedly, he became irritated. They'll get a divorce soon. When my father gets into this mood, a divorce is on the way. Yeah, it's like pushing the buttons because you know it's coming, so might as well just jump ship. That's, I think, something that, like, I had kind of seen with my sibling. So that's kind of cool. Cool to see it here. After divorce, it's my... But obviously that turned out well, like in my family. Like, that ended up really well. Because it's not... We had a relatively stable family for that period, so it ended up working pretty well. After divorce, it's my mother's turn to be irritated with me. Then she'll tell me something she shouldn't have had me... Tell me that she shouldn't have had me, or she can't be happy because of me. Why is my existence causing problems for my mother? That's my brother, and he told me, if you have children, it's not easy to find someone to get married with. To my mother, remarriage is a very important job, so I can't understand having children around will cause problems. Yeah, and like the job element is kind of what I was trying to say earlier. I think I finally understand the reason why I'm a nuisance to her. I asked my brother something else. Why are children hated by new fathers? Well, that's simple. That's because family members all have different roles. Mother's job is to love her children. Father's job is to love the mother. That means I'm a nuisance to both my mother and my father. Okay, I don't know if that's quite right. Say Liz, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. This is crazy. A father's job is to love the mother? Whoa, bro, damn. That's a fucked up idea of a family, man. Yeah, she maybe will. It's part of the many reasons of divorce, Sag. Like, that she's the reason behind the divorces. Yeah, and that might, like, be literally true. Like, I would probably struggle with dating a mom, like a single mom, you know? I would prefer to not date a single mom. I think that's a pretty typical thing. And so to even, like, apply it here, like, it would be really, like, I could see a lot of people having a lot of trouble with that. I think I would even have a relatively less trouble than most people. Yeah. Is she at fault? We gotta be way more specific if we want to talk about fault, bruh. Oh my, wait. Oh, my eyes are doing the thing where the text is a color. Now the color's like, the color of the text is like lightly red to me now. To be fair, Satoshi was presumably around for his father leaving him before when Satoko was born, so I can see why he came to that conclusion. Oh yeah, yeah, like, yeah. I don't think I could, just makes everything a lot more complicated. Yeah, I think like, if it's a gradient, right? I think I would be more accepting than the average person, probably somewhat significantly, but I would still, like, actively prefer that to not be the case. Yeah. I'm not against a MILF. Listen, I am not against a MILF, okay? In fact, the most likely woman that I marry is gonna grow up into being a beautiful MILF. Grow up meaning like going from like young adult into like MILF adult. All right, not like grow up, but like come on, like lock in. Anyways, my brother is more mature than me, so they don't look down on him as a nuisance. But maybe I am definitely a nuisance. So now I know. Both my mother and my father want me dead. But if they kill me, they'll be caught. But that doesn't mean they won't kill me. Oh no, it is turning red. Oh, it is turning red because it's getting darker. Oh my goodness, I thought my eyes were tripping. No, it's actually getting redder. If I were to look down the cliff, and if no one was around, my mother and father would push me off for sure. That's very ominous because that's what happened to them. My father has become abnormally nice to me recently. He started to act that way ever since I made the fake call. I know for sure that's just part of a plot to kill me, so I won't let them trick me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Lately, when I listen very carefully, I can hear a voice apologizing. Serres, thank you for the subscription. That's very nice of you. Appreciate you very much. The voice sounds similar to mine. Her mother must be telling her that she shouldn't have been born. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I won't apologize like that. I'll live. I'm going to strike back. I'll kill before I get killed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yo, Satoko got some murder impulse now? Oh, this poor child. This poor child is cooked. In before she has a Giga IQ trap that kills her parents. That might have been the apology thing. A murder with a dismembered body. Well, that sounds like a different situation than the murder that I'm thinking about. Okay. Are there any? Let me do what else we got? So I did that one. He sat on a veranda. Oh my goodness. No, wait. I think we got to jump to the. Whoa! This is crazy. 7 are required. How many have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have done 7. I could probably do this though. Early summer, 1979 AD. Where's the missing arm? Where's the missing arm? Where's the missing arm? Yo, I just got Project Moon flashbacks. Yo, hearing the word manager question mark with blood on the screen, I'm out here thinking like... okay, sorry, lock in. Clank. A loud noise snapped everyone out of it. Someone dropped the shovel he was holding. The shovel was smeared with reddish-black blood. No, not just the shovel. All 6 construction workers' clothes were blood-soaked, too. One of them cried out to the silent dead body of the manager, which was drenched in blood. It was self-defense. 6v1 and we're armed. It was self-defense. The fight had started after the manager yelled at them for drinking beer inside the office. There were no drinking and no smoking signs everywhere. The manager harshly scolded anyone who broke that rule. So it was the 6 workers' fault for disobeying. But they drank because they were stressed out by the anti-dam protesters. That's why they said things to provoke the manager. They told him to step out. It's crazy, wait. That's actually crazy that they killed their own manager, right? Wait, that's kind of crazy work. And the others went along. The construction workers toiled hard and long hours. That's why they instigated the fight with the manager to release their stress. They expected to just curse at each other or to end up in a wrestling match. But things escalated. Or to put it more accurately, the manager exploded all of a sudden. The manager had to deal with the residents' protests as well. So he was under just as much pressure, or maybe even more. But how he changed was not normal. The manager was calm at first. He's infected. He's infected. L5. But he gradually became more aggressive, and it was like he transformed into someone completely different. No, it was like he was possessed by something evil. The men who instigated the fight sobered up when they saw his behavior. Then the manager picked up a shot. Okay! Honestly? I mean, that kind of changes it. The manager picked up a shovel that was nearby and tried to smash his opponent's head in with it. He managed to avoid the hit, but if he didn't, his head would have surely been split open. The manager kept pounding on him with the shovel, even as he frantically tried to avoid the hits. By this time, the workers had realized this was beyond a simple fight, so they tried to hold the manager down. But the manager turned on them with the shovel, too. Wow, this is crazy! He L5'd! He L5 doing crazy work. Oh, you know what? That's crazy. Wait, and this guy is Oishi's buddy, right? Wasn't it? It's the manager specifically, I think. Yeah. Wow. So it's not even. It's this disease really is to blame for so much of this. Huh? Yeah. No, that's reasonable. That's very reasonable with everything. Yeah, Oishi's fan. Yeah. Wow. So he wasn't even like murdered by the. Yo, I hate the Sonozakis, dude. I hate wait, the town murdered the manager who hid the arm. Ooh. Bro just went crazy because of disease, and like we're taking credit and making it into a murder plot. Oh my god, the Sonozakis are so annoying. This shit drives me crazy. One of the men tried to protect himself by crossing his arms above his head, but there was no way he could have blocked a shovel swung with such force. Blood spurted out, and the man groaned in pain. By this time, the 6 men had realized the manager was not his usual self. This manager would try to bash in their brains without hesitation. Since their opponent was using a shovel as his weapon, they had to find some kind of weapon too. One of them grabbed a huge hammer. Then the others realized they needed to find something as well. To restrain the manager in that condition, it was better to arm themselves. This is actually valid. They were getting attacked with deadly force, and so they equipped themselves to match the force, and then fought back, and then hit hard enough to kill them. That's valid. That's not even murder. That's just self-defense. I actually agree. Like, could they have probably done it better with like a 6v1 where they like grapple him and like actually do that successfully? Yeah, but like the guy was swinging around and there were wounds on him. Like, I kind of get it now. That's crazy. It didn't take that long for the madness to infect the 6 workers. It was only a matter of time before they went from restraining him to lynching him. Well, and then they all are infected too. By the time they realized what had happened, the manager was already a lump of meat. Yeah, they probably went too far, but it's because they're all infected. Everyone's infected! Yo, Irie! Can we cure this thing? Irie! His face was swollen. Shreds of skin had been torn off, and his muscles and skull were visible too. Obviously, he was quite dead. Fuck. Wait, so do you guys cut his arms off? Like, what do we end up doing here? Just to like hide the body? No, Irie, not lobotomy time. Imagine if Irie was like out here lobotomizing people on top of the disease. Like, he doesn't cure the disease. He's just out here lobotomying. I'm learning English, sending greetings from Brazil. Thanks for playing Higurashi, it's rare. That is so fun. W English learning. I hope that I'm so sorry that my English is how it is, because my English is very fast and chaotic. So hopefully it helps. But it's definitely a harder way to learn the language to listen to me. Anyways, though, yeah, no, I'm and also I know you subscribed a little bit ago, but appreciate the subscription. Appreciate the support. I'm glad you like Higurashi. W men's. All right, the leader of the 6, the one who instigated the fight, tried to bring the rest to his side, but nobody replied. And so the leader became frustrated. Brazil mentioned! He was the one who started the fight. The rest simply joined in. He was the main perpetrator. Maybe that was why he was feeling so exasperated. He sensed that he was the one at fault. Today's vocab. Today's vocab. Sugar babies and incest. Some of them knew he was on probation for an assault incident once before. So if he got into trouble with the law again, the punishment would be more severe than they could imagine. Honestly, okay, that does taint this. That does hurt the self-defense argument a bit. That was why he was trying desperately to find a way out. If he was alone with the manager's body, then he wouldn't have behaved this way. All he would have to do is to hide the manager's body and pretend nothing happened. But there were 6 of them, including him. They were partners in crime and witnesses too. And so this is why we split the body, right? If even one of them turned himself in out of guilt, he'd be in big trouble. High key, I should give English lessons. You know what? It's funny because unironically, I have thought about volunteering at a place to teach people English, which is, you know, funny that I would think I would be decent at that, because I probably wouldn't be. Well, I think I actually would be. Like, if I'm trying to, I think I'd be fine. But that is really funny.
それより正当防衛ってことでちゃんと主張してその過剰防衛くらいで勘弁してもらえねえかな。
甘ったれたこと言ってんじゃねえ。これだけズタボロに殺しちまってんだぞ。過剰防衛で済むかよ。親が見たって見分けがつかねえくれにやっちまってんだぞバカ野郎。
His parents gonna be able to identify him. Oh god.
どう隠したって監督がいなくなったのは明日
That's
朝にはバレちまうが
brutal.
どうしようもねえ
It's
よ
that bad. They hit him that many times.
どうしようもねえのはオンドレの頭じゃボケ。
He slapped the other man in the face. Pink 5 seconds after walking to his first class. Chat, today we're low curcuinely gonna learn how to spell sugar. Lock in. Oh god. Hi curcuinely. Hi curcuinely. He slapped the other man in the face. The leader had such an evil look in his eyes.
いいかボケども。俺たちはな殺人犯なんだ殺人犯。ぐずぐず言ってりゃ5年6年くらい込まれちまうんだよ。
Oh, this is kind of making me think of when Rena and all the kids were hiding the bodies together. You know, it's kind of the same energy.
どうせ捕まる覚悟だっちゅうんなら死ぬ気で逃げまくってやるんだ。
Don't worry, Chad. I'm tapped in. Tapped in on the culture the culture of the world, the brain rot culture. His visage turned more and more demonic. It was the same expression the manager had just a few minutes before. Was he possessed by the same thing that possessed the manager? The 5 men started to think that way. Now that they considered it, all the villagers in the anti-dam protests had the same expression on their faces too. The real name of Hinamizawa was Onigafuchi Village. People said that wicked demons lived there and sometimes they possessed people. The men couldn't help but to recall that exaggerated story often told by the demonstrators. The manager swung the shovel after his expression changed to that demonic one. There was no guarantee this man wouldn't do the same. In fact, he was still squeezing the hammer in his hand, glaring at everyone and threatening them. If someone suggested surrendering, he'd probably smash their head in with it. Oh, dude, this is one of my favorite tracks. It's so, scratchy in the brain. It wasn't even the main guy that came up with the idea? Or maybe this is the main guy. Dude, Bloody Sugar Baby is a pink cubed special, alright? We are learning we're creating new terms, bro. Or Bloody Sugar Siblings, sorry. I missed it. That kind of timed it. That was kind of timed well, Loki. They all wanted to object to the idea. Killing him was a serious crime itself. Dismembering the body would be too much. But if anyone objected, he'd be killed on the spot. So no one said anything. Teamwork. The manager said this. Right. Man, he actually, like, controlled everybody. What happens to the right arm, though? Was that just, like, a stupid... Maybe the... Like, I need to know what happens to the right arm. Who's given the right arm? The 5 men were all taken in by his ghastly face. And they could even feel the fear of the Onigafuchi demons creep up their backs. No, we still don't know. No. Okay. Oh, we have hit the first snag. But we have not gotten the instructions. Quote, requesting assistance from a queen. And then that one is going to give us the one about the queen. This. This into this is a pass. This to this is true. We don't have the bat. We don't have any of this. Chat, fun fact, I've gotten a spinal tap before. As a baby. Oh, this happened. We could do this. The death of the damn construction site manager is required. Yeah, we just had him die right now. He just got killed. I don't know what to say. Oishi POV? I want to say something, but I can't think of the right words. I can only sigh.
Ah, Oishi-san. 探したんすよ。課長から手配写真の。
静かにせい。ここは騒ぐ部屋ではないぞ。
This Kuma guy barged into the room. The old coroner quickly snapped back at him.
すみません。ですね。課長が容疑者の手配写真について。
ああ、それ小宮山君に相談してくれませんかね。
Poor Oishi low-key mourning right
じい
now.
様と話がありまして。すぐに上がりますと上に行っといてください。
あ、わかりました。
Kuma guy ran out of the autopsy room with the same haste he entered in.
賑やかな男だの。
おやっさんだったらやかましいって言ってげんこつの一つも食らわしてるところです。
お前さんも少し上に戻った方がいいぞい。ここの空気は慣れんやつには合わん。
そうですね。あんまりサボってると私もげんこつを食らっちまいそうです。
獅子骨界隈じゃチンピラも避けて通るお前さんをツモの切り方が悪いとげんこつを食らわせてきたのは後にも先にも
This is sad. This is kind of sad, man.
容赦のない人だったな。本当の親父よりげんこつもらった気がしますよ。
本当も嘘もないわい。お前さんが本当の親父だと信じてたならこいつも本当の親父だ。
My real father passed away in Nagoya. He was unlucky. If he wasn't given the order to move to a plant in Nagoya, he wouldn't have died in an air raid. If he could have rode it out another half a year or so, then the war would have been over. I was sad, of course, but I was grown up enough by then that I didn't cry into the ground like my mother did. But people feel sadness in different ways. For some people, it comes all at once as an overwhelming wave, but others feel sadness gradually over a long period of time. Mourning is very complicated. I think I was the latter. That's okay. When he was alive, I only thought of him as annoying. In my mind, I even cursed him with questions about why he avoided the draft. And I thought my feelings towards him would always be the same. Then the war ended. As I saw families and friends being reunited with joy as they came home from the front, it finally happened. I grieved for my father's death. Japan was filled with people who were sad and full of despair. I knew I wasn't the only one whose life ended up that way. But I remember I was very, very heartbroken. After the war, the nation completely changed. As a policeman, the environment I worked in went through sudden changes too. In order to forget my sorrow, the only thing I could do was devote myself to my work.
当時、私は闇米の取り締まりばかりやらされてましてね。鉄道主要駅で旅客を抜き打ち検査するんですよ。そりゃもうゾロゾロ引っかかりましたっけ。僕らのあたりはこの辺じゃかなりでかい闇市が立ちましたからね。大阪界隈からはるばる買いに来てる連中も大勢いましたよ。
After the war, Japan faced a chronic shortage in food supply. To those ends, the nation instituted a food rationing program by signing the Food Control Act. But the rations the government provided weren't even close to being enough to feed families. Therefore, people had no choice other than buying food and supplies on the black market. The government hardly had enough food for rations, but there was somehow plenty on the black market. The dealers there sold it at outrageous prices, and some of them became quite wealthy. The Sonozaki family made their money through that black market, but that's another story. Yeah, I was about to bring that up. The government didn't bother arresting these dealers, for with their money, they were able to buy off the top members of the police department. Instead, they decided to go after the people buying the goods, and even confiscated the rice they bought by selling everything they owned. That sucks so bad. Thank you, Insane. Wasn't there a prosecutor who starved himself to death?
皮肉な事件もありましたね。闇米は一切食わないと公言した判事が餓死したのが昭和22年でしたっけ。ひどい話でした。法律に従ってたら生きていけないことを法の番人である裁判官が自ら示したんですからね。
That prosecutor had grown tired of the government charging people with doing whatever they could to survive, and he proclaimed that he was never going to buy black market rice again. In 1947, he starved to death while he was only in his mid-30s. The law prohibited people from buying black market rice, but that was the only way to survive. In that case, was the Food Control Act a bad law itself? The death of the prosecutor was seen as a desperate message to the government about the unjustness of that law. Valid?
米の袋を抱えた連中を次々と引っ立てて駅脇の臨時の検問所に並べましてね。まるで戦時
Was
放題みたいな
there a
感じなん
bunch
です
of
よ。
starvation after the war in Japan? I'm assuming this is all real, that this happened like in history. But this is the first I'm hearing of this being a thing, if anybody knows. Because this is crazy. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised that like there would be a lot of, there's a lot of shit happened. And like famine low-key be happening like everywhere, but not everywhere, but like, I'm not surprised, I guess, but like I just was completely unaware this was a thing, if it is a thing.
ご婦人方みんな泣かれるんですよ。その米を買うために彼らは家財を売り払って
American occupation was pretty
それ
bad.
を没収されたら何も残らないと。
Fire bombings plus government restructuring, as well as only women and children being able to farm, led to food shortages. Okay. Post-war Japan was pretty rough. Yeah, especially fire bombings, government restructuring, women and children being able to farm, because like the consequence of a bunch of people dying in war. Yeah, that actually really makes sense. Wow. And then this whole thing of the government like condemning black market rice by like taking the rice and then they starve. Oh my god. That's like getting mad at somebody for having weed instead of going after the dealer. And like even then I think weed's fine. Let me make that clear. But like going after the user instead of the dealer is like, I don't know, I think like heroin would maybe be a better example. Like, you're going after the addicts, like, not the person that makes addicts. Like, that's kind of crazy work. This, of course, is food, though, so, like, that's even more brutal. Forbade you from going after the sellers. That's so crazy. Yeah, it's definitely worse. They're like, I'm thinking like addicts, that kind of makes it like a pretty brutal thing. That a lot of people that are doing like hard drugs are like addicted. So
何十キロもある米袋を抱えたご婦人をよく追っかけましたっけ。
Wow, this is fucked. That was when I first met the old man.
いやー、驚きましたよ。私の親父にね、あまりにもそっくりだったんですよ。私はね、てっきり親父は名古屋の空襲を奇跡的に生き延びて帰ってきてくれたんじゃないかって本気で思いましたよ。
I was chasing a man who was running away from the inspection point. There was no way for him to run with a heavy bag of rice on him. So either he'd get arrested with the illegal rice or escape by ditching the rice that he bought by selling all of his belongings. In other words, if a person's being chased by the police, that person can't provide his family any rice to eat. Of course, I felt guilty about that. I knew people had to buy the rice to survive. So we had a tactic agreement to let those who ditched the rice and get away. So I always thought the same thing as I chased them. Please ditch the rice. Oh my god. That's so sad. I didn't want to catch him, because I didn't want to hear him crying and pleading in distress. It was then that the old man showed up. He looked exactly like my dead father. I was dumbfounded. Then all of a sudden he punched me in the head. If a father disciplines you, as a child you lower your head in apology. I was so happy to see my father alive that I couldn't hold my joy in. The old man said, let him go. When I heard his voice, I realized he wasn't my father, so I thought I'd arrest him for assaulting a policeman. But a young man like me, who'd barely grown any hairs yet, was no match for an older man used to fighting. I'm so blessed to live in the time I do. I'm just straight up like, dude, I got a bag of Doritos right here.
ぶちのめされた挙句に普通に考えたら
I'm not having to like flee as I'm trying to like get right. I'm not trying to flee. I'm not having to flee from cops
どうかしてたんです
to eat.
どうしてもおやっさんが親父に見えちゃっておとなしく言うことに耳を傾けることしかできなかったんです。
まあそこで小づいただけじゃなく男の器量もきっちりと見せられたのが
Yeah, kind of crazy.
こいつの大したところ
Like, and
だった
I kind of had the
ろ
thought, like, I was so happy to see my father alive that I couldn't hold my joy in. Like, this guy punches a cop, the cop looks up and is smiling. It's like, whoa, what is going on?
今時じゃすっかり珍しくなっちまった。古き良き時代の生き残りじゃった。
Despite my age, I still needed a father. I needed someone to look up to and to show me what makes a man a man. When I think about it, I really did have two fathers. The old man was a father, a brother, and my best friend. But now here he lies with his head, body, arms, and legs all dismembered, and his right arm hasn't been found. I thought it was bad enough that Oishi was friends with the guy. You're telling me he wasn't just friends with the guy, but it was like he had like a father relationship and a best friend and like a mentor and all this shit. Oh my god! I thought it was bad enough with the friendship thing. He taught me how to be a man and how to enjoy alcohol, how to play mahjong, and with that right arm, he gave me a good beating when I did something wrong. But that right arm is still missing. And I would love to find it, Oishi.
星の目星は
ねえ、もちろんついています。おやつさんの右腕ももちろん取り
Oishi,
返しますし。
find the right arm. Find the right arm, Oishi. Find the right arm. They're running enemies off from the shadows and inciting this collective crime they call the dam protest, the Sonozaki family. I declare war within myself. I already know who my enemy is. Oh, Oishi. Yeah, bro was giga desperate. Plus, he was like lightly time looping, you know? This freaking guy. And like he could have been L5 too. Like he could have been getting infected too, is the crazy thing. Oh. Dude, this is the fucking yo, read it. Like, even looking at this line is crazy. Satoshi Hojo's awareness of his sins is required. The forgiveness of Ren and Ryugu's sins is required. I know. I was just about to say, like bring up Keiichi, forgive yourself. Like this type thing is. Look at this shit. I'm about to make a point. Like this is so similar to Keiichi, forgive yourself, and just how it like reads, you know? Keiichi? There you are. Keiichi, you must forgive yourself is like the same type of sentence as Satoshi Hojo's awareness of his sins is required. Like, it's like the same, like, it's got the same weight to it, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna put this somewhere, because I think I'm gonna put this with Rena, because it fits with Rena, because it's about Rena. That's so funny. It is connected to sugar daddy talk. Oh, the daddy issues. Oh. It's all starting to come together. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I'm really excited for whatever that's gonna be then. Oh, Hanyu. A conflict between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family is required. I could probably do that. We could also do the 7 one. The 7 one's probably the safest. Well, let's just do the Reaper one, because I'm sure this is fine. I ran into Satoko while on my way to the grocery store for my mother. Oh, we're gonna get to see them meet? Satoko said she was going there too, so we decided to go together. Oh, they already know each other. After exchanging our shopping lists, it became easy to guess what the other family would be having for dinner. Satoko's family's having grilled fish and cooked vegetables. We're having Salisbury steak.
あら、ハンバーグとは羨ましいですわ
Aw,
ね。
this is cute.
私、魚はともかく煮物というのがちょっと怖いんですのよ。
Gotta eat your
先日
squash,
買ったかぼちゃが
Satoko.
まだだいぶ残って
And
るみ
it's
たい
so
なんですのよ。
sweet that Shion and Satoko get close in like a sibling way, because that's Satoko being able to be open with somebody in like a kind of a familial way, which is like, you know what I mean? It's like what she didn't have growing up, other than Satoshi. Like, oh my goodness, Shion. When you're not out here murdering people, I love you, bro. Even when you're out here murdering people, I still love you. It's just like, damn.
きっと今夜もかぼちゃの煮物三昧なのです。かわいそかわいそなのです。あらかじめかぼちゃが出てくると分かっているのも憂鬱でございますわね。はあ。みー。突然かぼちゃを出されても怒るくせに贅沢なさとこなのです。リカにだって少しは嫌いな食べ物があるはずですわよ。そういえばリカ、大福とかシュークリームとか甘いものが嫌いだったんではございませんこと。別に嫌いではないのです。意地悪で食べないだけなのですよ。食べる気なら何個でも食べられちゃいますのです。パンプキンパイだって美味しくいただけますのですよ。
Talk about pumpkin pie.
リカだけ好き嫌いがないなんてずるいですわ。
Conversations like this are how I have fun. Satoko is my best friend. Yippee! I usually don't like grocery shopping, but if I'm with Satoko, I can make it into an enjoyable evening stroll. Yay, Satoko! Yay! Near the supermarket, there's a grocers and other shops forming a little shopping district. The grocery store is busy this time of day. All the housewives in Hinamizawa gather here to shop. Since Satoko and I have different things to buy, we decide to do our shopping separately.
いらっしゃいいらっしゃい。おや、リカちゃま、いらっしゃい。お買い物かい？
Mother's still alive, which means Rika doesn't have pheromone buff right now.
お買い物ができる偉い子なのです。
そうかそうか。リカちゃまは偉いな。ほら、偉い子のご褒
But
美
she
に。
still has like
いや
aura
いや
buff of being a person, the shrine maiden thing. There were several candies for the owner's occasional asthma attack inside a sleeve full of change hanging in the front. He picked out a sweet from there and gave it to me. It was my favorite flavor, strawberry milk. Oh, finally we got the strawberry milk. I put it in my pocket so I can brag about it to Satoko for later. I get a lot of fun out of teasing Satoko and making her jealous. Let me put some of these down. So, this is like gonna be really helpful because we're not doing this all in one stream. Strawberry milk candy obtained. Just to help like keep some of them memories. Get a lot of fun out of teasing Satoko and making her jealous. She always overreacts, so I never get bored when I'm with her.
リカちゃまのところは今日は何だい？豚のひき肉だと。
ハンバーグなのですよ。お花の形の目玉焼きを乗っけてケチャップでお絵描きをするのです。
I've not taken notes on all of them, no. But I've taken notes for a few. I enjoyed that conversation while filling my shopping basket. But then I overheard some woman whispering. They're talking about something that's a little harsh. They're talking about Satoko. How long do those village traders plan to stay here? They should just leave. They don't even have the guts to go shopping themselves and make their daughter do it instead. The woman went on and on. Ever since the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family got into a huge fight at the explanatory meeting for the dam project, the Hojo family has been ostracized within the village. At first, there was a significant number of families in favor of leaving like the Hojos, but let me also write down Hojos and Sonozakis argued. That's another one. But the main branch of the Sonozakis led a push to completely solidify the village's opinion, and as that tone of unified resistance grew stronger, the pro-evacuation family steadily grew quiet. The public harassment led by the Sonozakis and Kimiyoshis, two of the three families with powerful influence on the village, also played an effect too. The Sonozaki family made the Hojo family into an example to ensure there would be no more pro-evacuation supporters. The ancestors of the village have lived here for generations, and the villagers also know that they themselves will be buried in this village, so this harassment put a lot of pressure on them. Who was it that agreed to make the Hojo family the leader of the pro-evacuation group at the explanatory meeting? Those same people no longer said anything, and they even joined in on harassing the Hojo family. The harassment they faced then became pressure from the entire village. The Hojo family is hardly wealthy, and they haven't paid the town council fees in a long time. When things were peaceful, nobody said anything about it, but now that the wind was blowing in a different way, the Hojo family was asked to pay off all of their late council fees immediately. Oh my god, that's fucked. Oh my god, that's kind of fucked. They're gonna financially pressure the poor people like that? Oh my god. It wasn't an amount they couldn't afford, but the Hojos recognized a fight was being picked with them and they responded to it. And so the Hojo family quit the town council. But that only played right into the village's evil plan. Making an enemy of the town council meant facing vicious harassment. For example, the place the Hojos dumped their trash was a provisional dumping site established by the town council and the waste management department. Under the council agreement, only council members could use it. Ever since the day the Hojo family quit the village council, the trash bags were returned to their front door. Furthermore, all the bags were torn. On top of that, a sign went up on the hedge road near the Hojo family. It said, "Private road, no trespassing, only council members permitted." A stubborn old man stood and guarded the road, saying that he would not let any of the Hojo family members pass through. A private road is private property opened up to the public, so it looks just like a normal road. However, as private property, the owner can forbid anyone else to pass through whenever they like. Oh my god, they were such dicks. More and more, the village piled on vicious harassment. The fear of antagonism spread through the entire village, and people became afraid that if they supported the Hojo family, they'd go through the same thing. This is why this village, like, has so many people that suck. This has made the Hojo family even more isolated. The grown-ups haven't told their kids about what's going on, so Satoko isn't harassed in any way at school. But it wasn't hard to imagine she probably spent her days feeling anxious, so anxious she could hardly breathe. Even the women whispering in here aren't saying anything directly to Satoko. But it's not like she doesn't notice their mutterings in the cold stares. When did this village become so cold towards her? As her best friend is very sad for me. Satoko's shopping experience is nothing like mine. When I say hello or buy things, I usually get treats or a discount. But that doesn't happen to Satoko. On the contrary, she serves last on purpose, and sometimes shop owners even pretend they don't hear her. I hate Hinamizawans. Not generally. I hate specific ones. Let me make it clear, I'm not racist towards Hinamizawans. But, like, dude, that's so fucked to do to a little girl. This poor girl. It's so rude. Like, it kind of reminds me of the anger thing that Hanyu said. Kill all Hinamizawans. It kind of reminded me of the anger thing Hanyu said of, like righteous anger or, like, justified anger or whatever. Like, anger can be alright, but when it becomes for its own sake, it's, like, really evil. It's kind of like that. Like, are you harassing the Hojos so that you can, like, make a point? Or are you being a dickhead to a little girl just for its own sake? Just to be a dickhead? It's kind of the dickhead thing. Like, you're not actually... Like, the point behind it is so far gone in the past. At this point, you're just being rude to a little girl. Satoko had been weaving through the housewives crowding the shop, telling the fishmonger what she wanted, but she kept getting ignored. She's decided to keep her smile and pretend she doesn't mind, but I know. Yo, Rika, low-key on the sleazy, go shopping with her and help her. Like, it was far too painful for her to endure. At that point, Satoko dropped her coins on the ground. Maybe her finger got stuck on something when she was trying to put the change back into her wallet. I ran through the crowd to help her pick them up. Okay, thank you. I was about to say, like, huh? That would not make Takano more justified, because right before she gassed Hinamizawa, she said, cauliflower or broccoli, which is green? Like! But as I did, I noticed something. Satoko dropped a lot of coins and is struggling to pick all of them up, but nobody is helping her. It's not just that, it's almost like they're acting like they don't even see her there. Satoko isn't expecting anyone to help her since she's the one who dropped them. But there are so many people around, and not even one is trying to aid her. Also, if I'm Rika, I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm God, help her out, be nice. Nah, I wouldn't be doing that. If I was Rika, this entire story would be way different, bruh. It's not even worth trying to do that thing. Rika's Rika. Rika just doing her thing. That reaction is all I need to tell how hurt she is. She's declining help from even Rika. Furthermore, when I started to help Satoko, other housewives started to pick up the coins too. Yeah, that's right. As if it's the natural thing to do. So they can only help if a shrine maiden of the Furude family does. If I didn't help, they would have disregarded her completely. And the fact that other people helped only because I did hurt Satoko even more. I grabbed the coins from the housewives without thanking them. I'd rather spit at them and then do that.
ありがとうございますわ。リカ、皆さん。
If she didn't thank them, people would talk about that too. Satoko forced her words of gratitude. And then no wonder she just spends her time alone in the forest. Like, bruh. If Pink were Rika, we low-key might have had wall staring loops. Okay, we definitely would have had wall staring loops, but also I would have solved this shit on my second life. Wait, we actually wouldn't have had any loops. First loop, all this shit happens, I get killed. Second loop. Wait a second. I'm time looping, I win the game for free. Think about it. Me and Hanyu, bro, me and Hanyu would have been smoking that Hinamizawa pack, alright? I'd be going crazy. Me and Hanyu would be throwing parties, bro. Me and Hanyu would be so tight. Oh my goodness. If you were Rika, would you rule the people? They're not even worth being ruled. You think I'm gonna waste my time ruling these people? No, me and Hanyu are about to be doing lines of coke. The housewives look down at her with blank expressions. I can't stand this. I can't stand what Satoko is going through right now. I grabbed Satoko's arm and pulled her away. I was frustrated, sad, and bitter. What has Satoko done? Reality is just too cruel. Everyone loves me. But can I share that love with Satoko? Satoko must be wondering why people treat me so differently. I shouldn't come shopping with her. Or rather, I should have done her shopping instead.
Satoko.
I love Satoko. I wanted to at least ease her pain a little bit, so I pulled out the strawberry milk candy I just received, yeah. But Satoko refused to take it. My hand froze. She saw me getting this candy. Satoko turned her back on me and kept walking. Without even saying goodbye, she continued on to her house with the shopping bags in her hands. I only wanted to ease her pain, but I ended up rubbing salt in her wound. How can I call myself her best friend? If I could, I would have crushed the candy right there. But I can't, because I'm stuck in this shitty body with my shitty little girl hands. Dude. It's never Satoko over, but oh my god, it gets close. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I could do Mion now. I think, let me do this. Let me see whatever this is. We'll take a fragment of Matsuri Bayashi. Because I've done 7 fragments, so this should work. Oh, and I broke it. Huh? Okay, so when it says 7 fragments, maybe I think what it means is all of the other fragments of blank. This is probably like the finale. That I probably need this fragment to, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Oh, 7 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Get it? LMAO. And then I'll be able to do this. So it's just unclear wording. All right, W, that's fine. And we got the bad ending because I broke it early. And we got the bad ending. Okay, we can do Mion now. I could also do the Hojo siblings. Do we want to stay on the Satoko train? Maybe stay on the Satoko train. Conflict between the Hojo families? Yeah, this is fine. Let's do this one. Hojo siblings. The Hojo family is well known for going against the whole village during the dam conflict. Both the husband and the wife were rather aggressive, and they fought a fierce battle, especially against the Sonozaki family. Although the whole village treated them coldly, the husband and wife didn't really care and kept on fighting. In a way, they were extremely strong-willed people. I'm sure their children had to go through a lot because of them, though. Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun were treated coldly by the villagers as well. In addition to that, Satoko-chan and her stepfather didn't get along, so their stress levels must have reached their limit. You know, it'd be fun. What if we did like a emote an emote challenge, like an emote contest, where we did like polls for like emotes to add to Twitch chat. Oh, sorry, Satoshi. Where we do like a poll, like in the Discord, like a tournament poll to like add stuff to the chat, and then like there's like I can give people like free Patreon or something. That could be fun, because I feel like people would make some like it'd be fun to. People already make a lot of unhinged things with me, and so yeah, that could be cute. W idea. Yeah, because I looked at the pink flesh cube emote, which is phenomenal. But then I was like, oh yeah, there's like none of those, huh? So that'd be a good... I guess, yeah, I like pink finger. I think these are all honestly pretty good. Cube is phenomenal. Finger's great. Flesh cube's just kind of funny. I like the stare. I like the vor. Yeah, we should figure out a system for that. That'd be a fun little thing to do in the Discord. Okay, let me read. Oh, we're Irie. We're Irie POV. Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun were treated coldly by the villagers as well. In addition to that, Satoko-chan and her stepfather didn't get along, so their stress levels must have reached their limit. Because I'm the director of the local clinic, a rather respected member of society, people usually tell me a lot of things, so I was aware of the treatment they were receiving even before I met them. I met Satoshi-kun first. Satoshi-kun came to the clinic because he felt ill from too much stress. And yeah, like, specifically, the kind of emotes I like for, like, a Twitch channel are, like, usually very universal. Like, I think I wouldn't want, like, a emote of, like, Satoshi's face. Because, like, that's Higurashi. That's not pink cubed. You know what I mean? I prefer when they're, like, a little bit more, like, series, independent. Though there's probably a way to do it in a way that'd still be fun. But, just a thought. Anyways, Satoshi. Satoshi-kun came to the clinic because he felt ill from too much stress. He must have thought he had a cold. When I examined him, he even told me that. But hearing his repeated sighs and by seeing the exhausted look in his eyes, I knew right away it wasn't just a simple cold. Medication would heal his symptoms, but that'd only be a temporary measure. The only way to truly cure him would be to change his living environment. But that was easier said than done. He was surrounded by tangled and complicated relationships with the village and his family, so just resting for a few days and taking some medication wouldn't do. Time was the only thing that could ease off the cold treatment from the villagers, but we were talking a very, very long time. Me in a Higu cosplay? Yeah, that'd be closer. Yeah. Oh, God. That's why I felt I had to be their first ally in this village, so I could rescue them. I couldn't do anything about his stressful environment, but I could try to diminish the anxiety. So I thought the best way was to teach him how to vent his stress. And playing sports is the best way to do that. So I asked him to join the junior baseball team that I coach. As a researcher, I devote most of my time to Hinamizawa syndrome, but I too need to do something else to relax. I used to play baseball, so I decided to coach the local kids' team. After a while, the children of Hinamizawa started their own baseball team, and somehow I became their coach. Doctors can't provide health just by giving medication. You need a sound mind and a sound body. I believe health can be maintained through sports as well. W mentality. But our team needed more people, so I thought of asking Satoshi-kun to join. Being a bookworm, Satoshi-kun wasn't interested in playing sports. He wasn't sure how joining the baseball team would help his situation. It's probably how we're gonna get the bat. We've been through so much unhinged shit this playthrough that I forgot Pink has literally cosplayed Shion for a whole ass stream. Yeah, I like how that's not even like the highlight, huh? Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be fine, Sif. No, like honestly, like I'd be down to just do it. I think the reason to post it in like ideas and recommends would be to like figure out like the structure. Or, like, if somebody wants to run it that isn't me. Because, like, I could run it, but somebody else could also kind of run it. And then I would just, like, give off the rewards and maybe, like, do, like, a winner's choice or so. Or, like, you know. That kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, cataloging, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. I didn't need to go on and on about athletic medicine to explain why sports help people become healthy. I just wanted him to experience it himself to realize how great it feels to play sports. I think he realized it gradually. He was reluctant until the very end, but he attended all of the team activities and games. As I saw Satoshi-kun slowly regain his liveliness, I realized my plan worked. However, if Satoshi-kun was under that much stress, then Satoko-chan, who lived in the same family climate, must have felt the same way. Unfortunately, I didn't think of her back then. So when Satoko-chan was carried into my clinic as a patient, I regretted doing nothing about her while knowing the situation. As Satoshi-kun recovered under my guidance, Satoko-chan was left alone in her stressful environment. Also around that time, there was an incident bad enough to make Satoko-chan collapse. That was, of course, her parents' deaths. The day of the Watanagashi festival was a very uncomfortable time for the Hojo family, because although it was a village festival, it was also a day to celebrate victory over the dam construction project. It's understandable that they would plan a family trip around that time so they could leave the village. Satoko-chan's parents fell off the cliff at the park they were visiting. It happened on such an unlucky day. Because it happened on the day of Watanagashi, people said it was the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and people labeled the Hojo family as one that was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Good night, fool. Good night, good night. Hope you sleep well. The parents were given the cold shoulder by everyone in the village. So with their parents gone, Satoshi and Satoko should have been freed from that, but unfortunately the accident happened on the day of Watanagashi. That's why the members of the Hojo family continue to be shunned. Satoko-chan was the only one who was at the site of the accident. I was about to say, like, I was thinking about the murder, like her being like, I have to kill them first, you know? And then to say Satoko-chan was the only one at the site of the accident, it's like, oh god, Satoko, did you do something? You're a smart girl, and you, like, know how to, like, work a trap, right? Like, I don't know. Satoshi-kun didn't go on the trip because he had an event with the baseball team. Therefore, the police mainly interrogated her. The detective Oishi suspected an act of organized crime by the village, so with Satoko-chan as the only witness on site, he drilled her with questions. She was as stressed as Satoshi-kun, perhaps even more, so of course she couldn't take it. During the interrogation, she began to wheeze and gasp for air. Oh, my poor Satoko. The anguished look I saw in Satoko-chan's face when she was carried into the clinic was very, very tragic. It broke my heart just to imagine what she had to go through.
Kantoku, Satoko wa daijoubu desu ka?
Aww.
安心してください。
My
一
sweet
時的に混乱してしまっただけですよ。
あっても大丈夫ですか?
My golden piss child! I love you! I love you. I love you, my golden boy. I love you, Satoshi. You're my sweet darling. Man, chat. You know what's a really nice feeling? The Satoshi Shion ship is alive and well. Because as long as Shion doesn't go crazy from the symptoms and stuff, she actually has, like current Shion in the latest timeline actually adopted Satoko and was glorious. She was everything we wanted. And so that Shion with Satoshi, it works. It actually works. He is gay to Satoshi. Could I be gay for Satoshi? I don't know. It's if I was that age and I was feeling really some kind of way, no, probably not. I don't know.
できれば起こさないであげたいところです。
I can maybe see it. I can kind of see it a little bit, but yeah.
しばらくゆっくり休ませてあげましょう。
Satoko is both Satoshi and Shion's little sister, so would Shion be incest? Talk about it. So basically, instead of being binded by a sugar daddy, they're binded by a mutual little sister-esque love for Satoko. Interesting. I'm amazed how much mileage I've gotten out of this image. Unironic.
様子を見て数日入院させてあげるのもいいかもしれません。大丈夫。私に任せてください。
Of course. I know Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who truly cares about his sister. He empathizes deeply with her. What's his sin, though? In other words, Satoshi-kun's worries and stress were reflecting Satoko-chan herself. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but while Satoshi-kun was, of course, sad about his parents' deaths, he may, at the same time, have been a little relieved that they were gone. His sister wouldn't have to be driven into a corner anymore. Unlike Satoshi-kun, Satoko-chan didn't have the social skills to get along with her stepfather. So putting her mother aside, I was certain that losing her father, the greatest cause of stress in her life, would bring great change to her home environment. But I couldn't believe what happened next. The two were sent to live in an even worse environment with their aunt and uncle. Although at that time I was rather optimistic, thinking this new environment would be better for the siblings, Tempei ended up being a dickhead. Bat to beat her to death. Satoshi Hojo's sister must refuse his visit at the clinic. Satoshi Hojo's sense of responsibility as a big brother is required. An execution order refuse his visit. An execution order for the 3rd year. I could just do Mion. That'd probably get us moving. Footsteps following Satoshi. Oh, poor boy. He starts going crazy. Yeah, I think we could just do the Mion one.
Mion-san, your friend is here.
I heard the housekeeper's voice. Our house and the front yard are huge, so unlike normal houses, ringing a doorbell or yelling my name repeatedly, asking to play won't work.
はいはい、ありがとうございます。どなたです？
Rika Frude
来たね来たね。
chama.
バッチャにリカちゃまが来たって伝えてもらえます？多分あっちの縁側にいると思います。
Yay!
私はスイカを引き上げてきますね。
Oh, watermelon. A delightful, refreshing snack. Granny received many beautiful watermelons from somebody, so she wanted to share. I just called the Frude house a short time ago, and Rika-chan is here to pick one up. Did she come on her bicycle? Remember the whole, like, borrowing soy sauce thing? Yeah. I can't remember if it has a big enough basket. I pulled the watermelon from the well while thinking about that. The cold water in the well has refrigerated the watermelon, and the condensation makes it look delicious. The 3 members of the Frude family will enjoy it for at least 2 nights.
お持ち帰りだったのですか。僕はてっきり。あれ？おじさんそう言わなかったっけ？
Bleh. The priest answered the phone, and I thought I told him to come pick it up. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, or maybe he misunderstood me completely. But she's here to eat the watermelon, not to take it home. Besides, the small basket on Rika-chan's bicycle won't hold the watermelon. And it's too dangerous for her to ride while holding it in her hands.
Mion.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe Rika or Mion has a basket that's big enough and she can ride down with her and come back. Or maybe just like ride while she's holding the watermelon on her lap or something.
僕だってスイカくらい持てますのですよ。
危ない。リカちゃまに何かあったらお社様に申し訳立たんね。うちのミオンが運ぶね。
Rika crashes in a ditch.
任せられたったら、じゃあついでに神主さんにご挨拶でもしてこようかね。
No matter whether she rides or pushes her bicycle, Rika-chan's hands will be occupied. So I'm going to carry the watermelon. The sky is turning auburn in the sunset. The cool breeze feels good on my sandaled feet. The plastic bag I'm carrying contains the watermelon. And also some small bags of rock candy. Ah, I got the rock candy. If her mother finds them, she'll take them away, so we decided to eat them before we got to her home. We opened the bags and enjoyed the rock candy. Rika-chan isn't an exception. Whenever kids from our neighborhood come to our house for errands, Granny gives them some treats. Unless it's Satoko. Actually, that's a pretty common rule here in Hinamizawa. It's funny, but sometimes when parents aren't watching, siblings will fight over who gets to take the circular notice to the next house over. So these bags of rock candy are like tips for them. Yo, this used to be a thing I would get, bro. Where like, I used to, as part of like a church thing, like collect, it would be, they're called fast offerings. So, or it's like tithing, basically. But I would like go collect the money from people that they would like give to the church, basically. And so I'd like go to their house and be like, hi, I'm here for your tithe money. And I'm like 12 or whatever. Or I think it was a little older. I think it was an older obligation that I got. But like the goated family would be the one that like whenever you came to visit, they'd like chat with you a little bit and like give you like a little candy or something. That was actually lit. And so people would like want to be on the routes that had the family that would like give you stuff. And so it'd be like you'd be like happy if you got the good route, you know? Yeah. So I think I've kind of had this exact thing before that they're talking about. Kind of fun. Of course, she doesn't normally give out this much. Usually it's just a little piece of it. Granny's being extra nice to Rika-chan. I'm gonna put rock candy on my notes real quick. Rock candy.
別に気にすることないんじゃない？おだちんは好意みたいなもんなんだもん。変に断るよりは子供らしくありがとうって言って笑顔を見せる方がよっぽどいいと思うけどね。
みーはおだちんをよくもらいますですか？
昔はね。でもさすがにこの年になったらもらわなくなったな。
Yeah, it was kind of a wholesome little memory I haven't thought about in a long time. 子供扱いされてるみたいで、かえってカチンとくるかな。なんてね。
みー、僕は子供扱いなのです。
Well, you are a child.
いいじゃん、いいじゃん。もらえるうちにもらっとけばいい。私くらいになれば欲しくてももらえなくなるんだからさ。
As we talked about ordinary things, I noticed Rika-chan seemed a little sad.
どうしたの？
僕はお買い物に行っても
Talking about
よ
the
くお
Satoko
だちん
thing?
に飴をもらいますが、さとこは一緒
Yeah,
に行っ
it's
ても
really
もらえ
sad.
ませんです。
I can think of so many reasons why. Not only Satoko, but everyone in the Hojo family is being treated poorly in Hinamizawa. And the Sonozaki family are the ones who instigated that. The 2 dam supporters have died in an accident already. But the malice against the Hojo family is still going. It's directed against Satoko and Satoshi, their children, and the aunt and uncle who are taking care of them. The big fight between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family at the explanatory meeting started all this. But that was the Hojo couple, and it shouldn't have anything to do with the children and their aunt and uncle. But the idea that the Hojo family are traitors evolved on its own. Therefore, anyone bearing the Hojo name is to be treated poorly. The aunt and uncle weren't dam supporters. So over that time, the attacks towards them should have stopped. You know what's crazy? That... Wait. Teppei Hojo, the stepfather, is the Hojo name. Which means Teppei isn't even blood connected to Satoko or Satoshi, right? Because aren't they connected in because of the guy, the stepfather? And the stepfather doesn't have a blood connection to Satoko and Satoshi. That's crazy. That's crazy because he's blonde. So that's kind of hidden from you, right? Like, he's blonde and Satoko and Satoshi are blonde. So kind of just assumed, like, oh, that all makes sense. But, like, that's actually a incorrect assumption. Huh, yeah, that's interesting. I kind of only really put that together just now. But it makes a lot of sense. So over time, the attacks towards them should have stopped. But they're rather odd, and they keep having trouble with their neighbors. They don't follow the community rules. They don't do their community duties. And is he not? Satoko and Satoshi aren't canonically blonde. Yeah, and I guess it is something with, like, he's blonde in the canon, which is this corkboard. Just like Shmion don't have green hair. Okay, we're getting too deep in this sauce. But yeah, I mean, there is something to be said about, like, doesn't Teppei only have a model in, like, the specific image pack that I'm using? Where, like, he doesn't have a model otherwise? So, like, there's not, like, the canon drawn, like the Ryukishi drawn one, which does make it, unless there is one for him, I don't remember. But that would be the closest way to, like, canonize what he looks like. They don't follow the community rules. He has a spread in the OGR too. Okay, I just forgot about that. So yeah, in that case, then it would be canon. It'd be canon. Blech. It makes it equally rage-inducing when we found out from Chapter 7 the only reason they're still ostracized the village is because they all assume someone still hates them, and thus they go along with it. Yeah, it's so brain rot. And yeah, he's blonde. Yeah, so in that way, it's like a little bit of a... I think it's like a little bit hidden, like this, like, dynamic of the stepfather thing. It's like, I kind of just assumed it was blood connection. Because, you know, blonde and blonde, but... Anyways, it also could just be the delinquent thing. I think that's also a pretty valid reading for why that might be there. They don't follow the community rules, they don't do their community duties, and they spray pesticide while their neighbor's laundry is still hanging outside. They often get into fights with the other villagers. They'd be hated even without the dam. Therefore, the Hojo family continues to be treated poorly. It's just that the character arts are designed to stand out and make connections clear, so Satoko and Teppei being family, if only legally, means he gets blonde hair. Yeah, kind of like, it makes me think like a kids TV show, how like the husband and wife look like exactly the same, like almost like more like siblings than they would like a husband and wife. But it's really just to make like oh, this family is the redheads, this family is the blondes. Yeah, like I can get it. But none of that should have anything to do with Satoko and Satoshi. Satoko and Satoshi are often depressed at school. I tried to leave the conflict between the two families aside, but I wonder how they really feel about that. From their point of view, I'm just another member of the family that keeps harassing them.
せめて学校にはそんな雰囲気を持ち込ませたくない。だから私はそういう風に振る舞ってるつもりだよ。
それを学校の中だけでなく、外にも広げるにはどうしたらいいのですか?
That'd be pretty difficult. The Hojo family made enemies of the three families. They were branded as traitors, and that's still considered the truth. It wouldn't mean anything if one person suggested an end to the hostilities just because the events around the dam are history now. On the contrary, that would just put them in the same position. Unfortunately for Satoko and Satoshi, the only thing they can do is to wait patiently until the issue withers away. All I can do for them is provide an oasis until that day comes.
では、聡子たちはいつまで耐え忍べばいいのですか?
わかんない。ダム戦争は数年に及んだ。その時に押された烙印を払拭するんだから、それと同じ年数はかかるかもしれないね。
それはつまり、聡子たちが大人になるまで誰にも許してもらえないということですか? 聡子が子供のうちはずっと村中から冷たい目で見られていろということですか?
それはあまりにも辛いね。
僕たちはSatokoやSatoshiの
Dude,
仲間なのですよね。
I like how Rika trying to like get some movement going. We know that what it really takes is the Keiichi buff to push it hard enough to make it work. That's what.
なら
You know, but also, it's good to try to help. Like, this is a good thing for her to do. We just have seen how freaking hard it is.
何ができるんだろうね。
Even if the Sonozaki family declares that the dam conflict is over, so the Hojo family are no longer outcast, that won't solve the problem. It's not that simple. In the first place, Granny hates the Hojo family and won't suffer their name to be mentioned in her presence. It's not a matter of someone forgiving another. It's a matter of very complicated ties between the people in this village. It's absolutely terrifying to have them as your enemies. Everyone knows that very well, and that's why they maintain good relationships with their neighbors. However, if you make enemies out of them, you'll have to face the consequences. That's the unwritten law of the Japanese community. And the Sonozaki family is a part of this unwritten law. Now that the Hojo family are outcasts, not even the Sonozaki family can overturn the situation.
ひなみ沢のことは、ひなみ沢の人間にはどうしようもないということなのでしょうか?
悲しいけど、そういうこともあるかもしれない。もし、聡子を救う人が現れてくれるとしたら、それは、村のしがらみにとらわれない、そういう人なんだろうね。でも、そんな人、村にはいない。
They were talking about Keiichi without talking about Keiichi.
誰かが助けに来なければ救われないということですか?
Like Rika-chan says, would a knight in shining armor from the outside world ever come here? Yes. Would that person bring in a new wind into this village that has been filled with stale ale for hundreds of years? Air? Yes. No way. That's just wishful thinking. Time will solve the problem someday. Until then, I have to be their ally. Ding ding! I can't think of anything else I can do for them. As Rika-chan and I crunch on our rock candy, we can only pray that people will forgive Satoko and her family sooner rather than later. Rika-chan gently broke the heavy silence. Oh, this is her pulling out, like... Sarah pulling out her future vision.
そうだね。ダム戦争も終わったんだから、 また分譲地に外から人が引っ越してきてくれるといいね。近い年の転校生とか来れば楽しいだろうに。
Oh, have we got news for you,
来
Mion?
ます。
He will come, our savior,
そして
our
彼と
savior,
力を合わせて
and we will,
私たちは
and
村
we
の悪行を打ち
will.
破るのです。それが私たちの未来を閉ざす。
See, what's interesting is all these fragments, it's like, are we gathering fragments that happened before last chapter? Or is this in like a weird space where all these things kind of happened after last chapter? Probably not. It's probably we're gathering stuff from before. Like a bunch of old, really old fragments. Little pieces of them. Well, but the way she's talking is like very much indicative of, like, this could have been very recent. Oh no, wait, isn't this? Yeah. Yeah, very recent, because this is talking about the 3 locks, like the 3 rules, first key. Like, I think this is reflect, like this, yeah. It's a little, trying to do like a timeline would be really interesting on the these fragments. Yeah, unironic Keiichi Christ. Frigga-chan says some odd things sometimes. And chat. In a way, Keiichi was almost nailed to a cross too. Think about it. I've probably made that connection before, no? With him with the nails on his fingers with Shion. Well, you know, Mion, but Shion. That's his Christ analogy. And he's the Messiah. He's being talked about like in a messianic way right here of, I hope some guy comes and saves us. He will come, says the religious figure. Talk about it. Oh, did I do that with Satoko? Satoko also gets to be Jesus Christ. But I honestly, it fits better with Keiichi because Keiichi is like bringing forth like an era of like better. And even here, he's like kind of messianic. Did you input Jesus Christ on the board? I had the thought. I don't think I have. I don't think Jesus is in this board. Dude, do y'all think Jesus Christ is in this board anywhere? I mean, take a look at it, bro. This guy hates this girl. Was that the Marco Polo Bridge incident? I'm just gonna put the words Jesus Christ in here. Oh, the Ubermensch. Jesus Christ. W connection. It's in the top left. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we talk about God a lot. Oh, God, no, there it is. There it is. Jesus Christ. Wait. And I connect, oh. And I did connect it to Kano? Oh, because Hifumi T? Okay, wait, what? Guys, how did we get the Jesus Christ connection to Hifumi T and to Kano? Okay, well, let me get Keiichi the connection to Jesus. Boom. Keiichi equals to Kano, equals Satoko, equals Hifumi T, equals Jesus Christ. Yeah. If you knew when the Lord would come. Oh, I was just talking about like messianic, the messianic mentality. Yeah, no, that makes sense. He will bring forth a new era of change to this stagnated village stuck in the past. Yeah, probably in reference to becoming, yeah, the godliness aspect. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but then Keiichi is like a Christ figure in a more typical sense. I think he functions in the story that way. And then Satoko like kind of low-key died for our sins. You know what I mean? I'm sure I want to write that. Low Kirk Ewanly. Okay, no, this is too good of a line to be in front of that. Low Kirk Ewanly died for our sins. Think about it. Think about it. From I hated Keiichi to this holy. When she talks that way, she seems so mature. I even start to doubt she's really younger than I am. Ooh! It's ironic that Takono's goal is to become a god, yet Keiichi already achieved godhood without even trying. Lol. Oh my goodness. Keiichi did it the right way. Keiichi basically did it the right way. He's on his Ubermensch shit, alright? He's like self-fulfilled, self-actualized, which is like everything that becoming a god would be and more. My goodness. He does it again. He does it again. The unreasonable antagonism towards the Hojo family. Will there really be someone from the outside world who will shatter our old traditions? Oh, have I got news for you? Yeah, that makes it sound like that this fragment is way before Keiichi ever did that. Which is kind of what I was assuming. Because it became a god through nepotism? I mean, kinda. And she's getting carried by Hanyu, bro. That's just Hanyu. Okay, no red capsule. I'll probably do like 1 or maybe 2 more. Because I'm getting pretty hungry. I don't think I got a detailed test result. Shinto priest contacting the Irie institution. Don't think I got that. I don't think we got Rika's high fever. Satoshi's sense of responsibility as a big brother is required. That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't think we got the bat. Can't do any of these. A raw sea urchin. Tea set being put away. Red capsule. Mysterious death. Ryugu family's move. We have not gotten anything with the Ryugu family. Did they find mold? I don't think they told us if it was mold or not. It was just like really dirty in there and like definitely like something that needs to be cleaned. But I don't think they told us whether it was mold or not. But we're getting a second opinion, so we're getting another person to come in. Just because like any really expensive housekeeping thing, it's good to get 2 opinions before you start throwing money at something. So that's where we're at with the potential mold issue. Though I did do it while I was sick. I did a deep cleaning of my bathroom because I think there was mold. There's been like kind of like a mold thing like around my toilet, and so I kind of was like at this point, with knowing that like mold is actually like, kind of really bad for people potentially, I got it like some like cleaning spray and was like I was like about to take a shower. Okay, I'm gonna explain this because this is funny. I was like about to take a shower. And I'm sick, so I think I have like a fever and there's like snot coming out of my nose and it's like terrible and I'm congested. And I'm like, and I look around and I see that mold on the toilet and I'm like, no, I will not let you stand any longer. And so I'm booty naked because I'm about to take a shower and I'm like hunched on the ground cleaning my toilet with like paper towels and stuff, and like water and like a little bit of like spray and stuff, like unhinged energy. And I'm like deep cleaning the toilet, like flipping everything, washing everything. I got like the toilet cleaning like sponge thing that's like sprays like that gets all the like toilet cleaning like formula all over it, like the blue stuff. And I'm like scrubbing the entire thing down, all the mold. I'm like in the shower, like scrubbing areas that I think like might be mold. I was like unhinged, okay? So I've done all I can. Okay, where do I go next? We got this. I don't think we got a detailed test result. I don't think we got prior consent. I don't think that got Koizumi sensei. Isn't that her Koizumi? I feel like I don't have that yet. I feel like this is the first time I actually have been like, wait a second, I don't know which one is next. Okay. Red capsule is required. I don't know what you're talking about. No. Does he have awareness of his sins? I don't know if he has awareness of his sins. I mean, we can try that. Does he have awareness of his sins? No. I just broke Satoshi forever. Satoshi's freaking dead. W. So he doesn't have the thing of his sins. He doesn't have the footsteps. Detailed test result? Do we have the detailed test result? No. I didn't think so. I'm breaking all this shit. High fever? I don't think Rika has had a high fever. I don't think the completion is done. I don't think we got consent. Unless the consent is from a corpse or like an almost corpse. Koizumi's death? No. Okay. At this point, the seal is broken and I've gone from tryharding into just clicking stuff. Alright. Queen Carrier must be willing to assist to participate. Participate in what? Oh my goodness. She looks fucking mad here. Your health bar. Must refuse his visit. I mean, there was the thing at the clinic that... No. Okay. Execution order for the 30 years curse. No. Research has hit the bag. Instructions... I don't think we saw the instructions. When did we get the instructions? Okay, I don't remember getting the instructions. I mean, we talked about it briefly. Like, Irie talked about it. I guess that was the instruction? Because I guess we were talking about, like, putting the pressure on them. I thought the instructions would be a lot more like, we're SEAL Team 6. We're going to break in at this time. So we did kind of talk about it. Okay, sure. We're in. That very night, the head of the Furude family, the priest, gathered his wife and Rika together for a family meeting. In Hinamizawa, it was tradition for the three families to gather and discuss the village's issues. So it was hardly unusual for big families like the Sotozaki family and the Kimiyoshi family to have meetings beforehand to sort out opinions among themselves. However, the Furude family had lost its branch families, so there was only 3 of them left. So until that day, they never had had a family meeting at all. The dam was the most important issue in the village at the moment. The wife naturally assumed the priest wanted to talk about the dam. But he like never talks about that, right? For him to gather all of them together like that, it must be a huge decision he had to make. Perhaps he was going to talk about joining the pro-evacuation camp.
Yeah, ダムの話ではない。だが、この村に関わる、いや、
Oh my
この村のご先祖様たちにも関わる、とても大事な問題だ。
The Furude family had served in the priesthood of Yashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village, for generations. So for him, the head of the family, to start out that way, it must be something extremely important. Yet he said it wasn't about the dam, so what could he want to talk about?
私は入り婿だ。だから、フルデ家の本当の血を受け継ぐお前とリカには、よく聞いてほしい。お前たちは、普通の人間ではないのだ。
Okay.
僕は、お社様の生まれ変わりなのですよ。
Dude, imagine raising a kid to think that. That's still such an insane thing. Poor Rika's mom, I think, really was trying her best. To raise her in like a relatively healthy way, I guess, for now.
お社様の生まれ変わりというのが、どうも本当らしいのだ。は？少し長い話になる。二人ともしばらく黙って
Is he gonna break down like the pheromone thing? That'd be funny. The wife had a dumbfounded expression on her face, not knowing what he was going to say, but Rika was completely relaxed, wearing her usual carefree expression. The priest started to talk after his wife calmed down.
この村には大昔からある病気があるのだ。それはこの地にだけある特別な病気。
How does he know this?
フード病というものらしい。
Wait, Rika, you knew this? Tell me about it next time, man. I guess she kind of, yeah, of course she knew. I mean, she knew because of the Irie stuff.
この村に住んでいる者だけではない。大昔から住んでいたご先祖様たちもみんなずっとこの病気にかかってきたのだ。
そんな。だって私たちはみんな普通に生活していますよ。この村だけの病気なんて聞いたこともない。
落ち着きなさい。その病気はな、この村にいる限り何も問題はないのだ。だがこの村を出て遠くの地へ行くと発病してしまう。わかるか？
Right? If he understands this, it's very strange that he doesn't like
わか
get
る
super
わけないでし
anti-dam.
ょ。何のことだかさっぱり。
お社様のたたりと同じなのです。
Rika said it so calmly while her mother became frustrated.
そうだ。この村から離れるとたたりがあるのと同じなのだ。つまりお社様のたたりだとご先祖様たちが代々恐れてきたのはこの村だけにしかない 風土病のせいだったのだ。
そんなことあるわけないです。だって私たちだって時には村を離れることもあるじゃないですか。村の人だって仕事で遠くへ出かける人だっているし、海外に出かける人だって。
うん。それは長い長い時間を経て病気が徐々に弱まってきたかららしい。だからこのままさらに長い時間をかければ消えてなくなってしまうものだったのだ。だがそれがダム戦争のせいでおかしくなったらしい。ダム戦争で今村中が熱に浮かされたように興奮している状態にあるのはみんなも分かっているだろう。そういう興奮状態や情緒不安定な状態はこの病気を悪化させてしまうらしいのだ。
Ah, yes. Thank you, Rika's dad, for telling me all of this. That I thought, how do we know this?
話がわかりませんけど、つまり
Luckin?
この大昔からタタリだと呼んできたものはすべて
Did Irie tell you this?
その病気の仕業だとおっしゃるんですね。
そうだ。
Takano?
お社様の作った決まりはすべてこの病気から村人を守るための決まりだったのだ。
そんな。それじゃお社様は神様ではなく病気が正体なんですか？そんなこと。
Well, but also is a god
フル
because
デケ
on
代々
you.
のご先祖様たちに説明できますか？
Which is really funny.
落ち着きなさい。お社様の信仰は変わらない。お社様がひなみ沢を見守ってくださることに何の変わりもない。お社様のたたりを再現する病気がこの村には大昔からあったということ、それだけなんだ。
そんなのは認められません。そんなこと亡くなった先代や先々代に説明できますか？フルデ家数百年の伝統に対する、いえお社様に対する冒涜です。そんなことをあなたに吹き込んだのは誰ですか？
I can see what she's saying. Like that's yeah.
失礼極まりない。
Who did say? Yeah.
第一、
I mean, gotta be like
そん
Irie
な
or
変な病気
Takano.
が実在するという証拠があるんですか？
ある。
それはどんな？誰が？
厚生省と国立感染症予防研究所の
Even
方
bigger.
々だ。
Not even. Yeah, they had like
病原体も
officials
すでに
coming.
特定され、現在治療方法などを研究している最中だという。
That's
先
crazy
週
work.
実際にその資料や標本などを見せてもらった。厚生省の方はこの病気をひなみ沢症候群と呼んでいるらしい。
Dude.
そんな。
ひなみ沢症候群は普通に生活している
This guy was locked in. This guy's got all the info.
らしい。だがひなみ沢を遠く離れたり、
That's so
精
crazy.
神や情緒が不安定になったりすると発病しやすくなるという。発病すると妄想などに取りつかれ、最悪の場合異常行動に出ることもあるらしい。この病気は戦争中に発見されたんだそうだ。戦地でひなみ沢の兵隊だけ異常な病気を起こすことがあるのに、偉い学者の先生が気がついて研究がずっと進められてきたんだという。その辺の話はだいぶ詳しくしてもらったんだが、難しい内容だったので私の口からはこれ以上うまく説明できん。もし私の説明では納得できんというなら、お前も直接話を聞いてみればいい。私だって最初は何をバカなことを、お社様を冒涜する気かと憤慨していたのだから。その病気を研究するために入江診療所が作られた。
Yeah, I was about to make a comment about like he really just telling us the shit that we just learned.
病気を調べるための隠し研究所らしい。
Wait, guys. Are you? Do you mean to tell me that the Irie clinic was actually only built to study the syndrome? But it's so like the most important piece of information from this is not a single word of what he's saying, but rather that he knows it so that he can even say it in the first place. And then we figured out why because the ministry told him. That's kind of crazy. They're probably trying to find a way to like make the village, like get the like kind of prepare the village for like a cure being rolled out and like kind of let them know what's going on and like get them caught up. Did you know that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi Village? Literally worsening the disease by getting more agitated. Ironic.
それも厚生省がやっていることなら堂々とやればいいじゃないですか。
いや、そうはいかんらしい。この病気の実態を把握しないまま存在するという事実だけが 不十分な知識で広まって
Rika's
しま
dad
っ
has
た
got good argumentation.
ら
Bring
病
up
気を持ってい
leprosy.
る人たちは
Okay.
もちろん
Okay,
無
dude.
関係の人々も勘違いした差別を受けることになる。ひなみ沢の人間は皆怪しげな病気にかかっていて、そのせいでとんでもないことをするかもしれないなどと
So
い
we
う
told
噂
him
が
as like a
日
as
本
like a
中に知
village
れ渡った
leader
ら
to
大
try
変
to
だ。
like
厚生省もそのことを心配していて、
slowly.
この
It's
病
kind
気
of
につ
weird
い
that
て
they
は
still told him. I
厳
find
重
that
に
so
伏せた上
weird.
で治療を目指すらしい。勘違いするな。私たちを見せ物にするというんじ
Or
ゃないぞ。
maybe
この病気を根絶さ。
Dun, 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 dun. Bam, bam, bam. I'm trying to. Because we've heard it like 100 times, so I'm trying to find like my most recent like writing on it. But like low key, I'm like kind of having trouble. Okay, wait. Let me go to my Rika notes. Here we go. I Loki didn't write it here either. Loki on the Schleezy. Because it was like... where is it? Overseer was murdered and dismembered. It's so funny. Am I stupid? I know I wrote it down. Because I'm trying to remember. Okay. My memory is that he, like, suddenly, like, got sick and died or some shit. But, like, also the village didn't like him. And then she disappeared or something. My memory's kind of failing me for this detail. Let me just type Rika and, like, see if I can find me saying Rika's dad. Let's see. No. Dead parents, Shinto priest, Shrine maiden, no. Oh, did I not ever write it down anywhere ever? Low-key, I actually don't know if I wrote it down in my notes. Cause I just wrote own parents killed, but I didn't write the details of the death, which is a bit silly. So, okay, wait. Char, in the most minor way possible, our understanding of the death of the dad and the mom, it was what? That, was it like a sickness thing? Was it like a sudden like brain stroke type shit? Or am I completely like making that up? Like the very general, what's like the very general, not specific, because I know a lot of the details we're probably about to learn, but what's like the general what happens to them? Because I want to be like, have that in my head while this is all going on. So I can even like think about it. You know what I mean? Maybe I should also look at my paint on net while y'all are doing that. I don't think I ever put it in here. Yeah, I like Loki never really cared. Maybe it's in like my notes. Like this one? I don't think so. Supposedly died of an illness. Wife supposedly threw herself in the swamp. Okay, cool. All I needed. We're good. Yeah, so I did think the illness thing, and then the wife disappeared. People think the swamp. Okay, cool. I just mostly wanted to make sure I wasn't like making that up in my head because my memory is like not that great. But I was like thinking, I think there was something to do with getting sick, and then yeah. And so the reason I'm bringing that up is okay. We're locked in on that. Feel good about that. Don't need any more. Thank you, chat. The reason that's important is that, like, there's kind of the idea of, like, he knows so much now. Does he know too much? Would he ever be killed for knowing too much? Blah, 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 that kind of thing. And so for him to, like, know all of this is crazy, and I was wondering if it's attached to his death. But then I was like, wait, how exactly did he die again? And, of course, it's still probably something we're going to figure out the specifics of. reasonably soon. Alright, locked in.
自給自足ができていた大昔ならともかく、現代では村から一歩も出ずに生活など成り立たん。村から出るだけで発病するかもしれない病気など、村人にとってどれほど危険なものかわかるだろ。繰り返しになるが、昨今反ダム戦争で村全体が強い興奮状態にあって、ひなみ沢症候群にとって非常に良くない状態にあるらしい。
もし村人がおかしくなって大変なことをしたら、きっとマスコミがパシャパシャでいっぱいなのです。
そうだ。うん。そうなったからでは手遅れなのだ。
そんな、いきなり言われても信用できませんわ。本当に相手は国の人？
It's funny.
変な詐欺に騙されてるんじゃないですか？
信用できんのも無理はない。先方は研究所はいつでも見に来ていいと言っている。私はもう見せてもらっているが、あれは詐欺とかそういうレベルではない。
Like getting ill and died could be that like they like take fluid from him or something, or like use him like to like lightly experiment with like Hinamizawa stuff because they were like snagged in their research, and so they like use him a little bit because he consents to something, but then it goes wrong and he dies, and then shit hits the fan. Like that could be the death. Something along the lines of that.
ゴングラの大病院でもあんな大掛かりな設備はないぞ。
So
お前も
also another
私の
reason I want to
話に
remember
納
like
得
it
できないな
wasn't
ら、
did he get
研
killed or
究
was
所
it
で
like an illness?
詳し
Yes,
い
the
話
illness
を
thing
聞か
kind
せ
of
てもらう
connects
といい。
potentially.
私よりもっと詳しく説明してくれるだろう。向こうは
www.研究.com
研究所の説明でも納得できないなら、東京の国立研究所で説明してもいいし、
Tokyo mentioned.
厚生省の本庁舎で直接説明してもいいと言っている。
でも信じる信じないは別にして、それが私たちにどういう関係があるんです？
古出家は代々お社様の血を受け継ぐと言われている。そして8代続いて女子が生まれれば、その8代目は
What
お
are the
社
chances
様
of
の生ま
that?
れ変わりであるとも。
8 coin flips in a row?
そうですわ。私が7代目、
That's pretty crazy.
リカが8代目。
You know how pissed they would be if they popped out Rika and it was a dude?
それとその病気に何の関係があ
Like,
る
oh
か。
man, he's got a dick!
このひなみ沢症候群という病気はある種の寄生虫によるらしい。虫といってもものすごく小さい。人の目には決して見えんくらいに。その虫たちには親分格がいる
The
というのだ。
queen bee.
まさかそれがフルデ家だとおっしゃるんですか？
We're the queen
その
bee.
親分格の寄生虫は代々フルデ家の直
This is
系
still
だ
the
け
weirdest
に受
thing,
け継がれ
bro.
るらしい。つまり
This like plot beat
先
of
代はお前。
there being a literal parasite queen thing
Rika.
and that
Me.
Rika has fucking queen pheromones is crazy. Trans Rika. Rico became Rika. Holy shit. In order to conjure God.
そんな話
Think about it.
やっぱりおかしいですわ。大体ですね、寄生虫なんてそんな気持ち悪いもの。
Yeah, that is still
だから
such
落ち着
a
き
like
なさい。
a weird
私では説明が下手だ。
weird thing.
専門の人に説明を受けなさい。
Queen bee thing. Yeah.
そして彼らが言うには、この
Oh,
病気の
this is
治
him
療
saying
を
can
研
we
究
study
する
on
ためには
Rika?
親分
Do they
格
want
の
permission
研
to
究
study
が
Rika?
不可欠だというのだ。
嫌です。そんな怪しげな研究まっぴらごめんですし、リカだってそんな研究には関わらせません。
だから落ち着きなさいというのに。彼らの研究では、ひなみ沢症候群は村から離れると発病するのではなく、親分格から離れると発病するということらしいのだ。お前も小さかった頃、村人から陣痛力があると言われていたことがあるだろ。遠方に出かけ片頭痛などにかかったお年寄りがお前に払ってもらうとたちまち頭痛が消えたという陣痛。
Able to cure
そ
elderly
れこそ
people
が
who got migraines?
親分格の証拠でもあるというの
That's
だ。
actually
フ
kind of
ル
a
デ
good
の血に
little
は
detail.
発病者を救う力がある。それを研究するのは治療薬を見つけるためにも
That would have been a
とても
cool
重
thing
要
to
なことなの
have
だそう。
going in the first few chapters of like somebody of like a elderly person be like, whenever I see you, Rika Chaba, My joints feel a little bit better. That must be Oyashiro-sama blessing us. You know, like some just benign shit in the slice of life, maybe once or twice, about how like, oh, Rika-chama, you always make me feel better. You know, but like in a physical way, that'd be a really good way to like have foreshadow this very specific interaction.
僕を研究すると村のみんな
Oh,
が助かるのですか？
Rika-chama.
先方はそう言っている。
その病気は村の全員がかかっているのですか？僕もみんなもSatokoも
Aww. Satoko mentioned.
村に住む人間全員だけでなく、沖宮に住む親類なども全て含むそうだ。多分何千人という規模になるだろう。それだけの大変な病気だから、厚生省がわざわざたくさんの予算を投じて専門の研究所を作ってくれたのだ。
Yeah, it's to help people. It's definitely not. It doesn't have any
そんな怪
malicious
しげな研究の
ends
生
mixed
贄
in
にす
either.
るだなんて。
Think about it.
僕はいいのですよ。僕が生贄でSatokoが助かるなら全然平気なのです。
She's so
リカ
locked
は
in
黙
for
っていなさい。
Satoko.
とに
Satoko
かく
beloved.
絶対反対です。あなたにそんな妙なことを吹き込んだ人たちには私が直接会ってはっきりとお断りをします。リカを変な実験で殺されてたまるものですか？大体リカ
And
は
that's
フル
and
デ
that's
家
kind
の
of like
一人の
like
後継ぎなんです
Rika's
よ。
mom is, you know, being protective of her
もし
daughter.
もの
Like
こ
that's
とがあれ
pretty
ば
valid.
フルデの血はここで絶えてしまうかもしれないじゃないですか。あなたはもっとですね、フルデの家のことを考えていただかないと。そんなだから村の人たちに日和見
Oh,
主義と
ow,
かなんと
ow,
か言わ
ow.
れ
Bringing in
て
the
大
villagers
体
talk.
おかしいじゃないですか。建設省は村をダムに沈める。厚生省は村の病気を治す。
Yeah, these things don't connect.
何が何だかさっぱりわからないです。
Coming out as a Rika's mom
厚生
defender.
省
Yeah,
は
I think Rika's
こ
mom
の
got
病気
dealt a 環
は
pretty
環
shitty
境の変
hand
化で
with how
大変
Rika
発
Rika
病しやす
is
い
as
と
a
警告
child.
していて、建設庁に対し
Like,
ダム計
her
画を
just
中
being
止
like,
す
what the
るよ
fuck is going
う
on?
働
Like,
き
that
かけ
feels
て
like
く
her
れている
entire
そうだ。
life.
だからお前も研究所を見せてもらいなさい。あれだけの大設備をダム湖に沈むかもしれない土地に建てるわけがない。
Oh, maybe he just didn't care about the damn thing as much and like or felt that way because he was confident the Ministry of Construction would stop it or that it would get stopped by like the government stuff. So he was like, "Oh, it's just it's like I don't need to like rile up the village. Like they're already handling it." That could be maybe it. That makes sense. Oh, are you sleepy? Rika let out a big yawn. It was long past bedtime for a little girl like her.
僕はもう寝ますです。
Good night, Rika. Sleep well.
僕はいつでも協力すると。
Mom's like, wait, you're a child. You can't consent.
リカ、そんなことお母さんに断りなく勝手に決めちゃいけません。リカ。
Oh, poor Rika's mom. Rika, like, I don't know, work with her a little bit. I don't know. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Oh, this shit it still is broken? That's annoying. So I'm eventually gonna have to start clicking on broken ones. Oh, so this would be the next one, huh? Queen Carrier must be willing to participate. I kind of feel like, I don't want to like, because I'd be down to like another one, but like I feel like we're starting a big one, like doing like research, and then after that we're gonna like start getting like we're gonna be doing a big research train for like this shit, like all of this stuff. So maybe that's like our kind of start with the next stream. I think that's probably a good spot. Char. This is cool. I really like how they're doing this. I think this is such a unique, Satoko Hojo's detailed test results required. Yeah, I feel like we're about to like be able to break into a lot of that, which is cool. This is such a unique, way to do this, right? It's such a unique way to like explore it. And I think it works well with the fragment idea that the meta of the story kind of functions with. So I think it's really cool that they're spending a lot of time to like figure it out. And it's also kind of fun to be like it's like a little bit of a puzzle. Like it's a little bit choose your own adventure. I always like the tips, and you know, they're like little short stories which are cute. But yeah, that's probably a good spot for today. I'm gonna go eat some food, chat. I'm gonna go eat some food.
What else am I gonna do? Maybe record something tonight. I think I should record something. I got a lot of editing to do. Tons of stuff to be done, chat. It's a busy day for your boy. But I think that's all for this one. Only times when there is gameplay. Yeah, like one question or one choice, like once, and then this, which is really funny. But yeah, good seeing y'all like always. I'll see y'all next week for more Higurashi. We'll keep cooking on that. Next Tuesday, same time, should be good. Project Moon on Thursday. We're chopping through that. Pretty fun. That's also like a VN type story mixed in with gameplay and stuff. Actual gameplay though. A lot of series going up on the YouTube and Patreon in place. I got a couple new compilations out. I got the BoJack Season 1 out. I feel like I put something else out recently. I don't know. Go peep the YouTube. Go peep the Patreon if that kind of thing is interesting to you. Oh, Chainsaw Man movie. Chainsaw Man movie I put out, if that's something you're interested in. Though Char, for Higurashi, I think I'll be seeing you all next week. Thank you for all the chatters, the lurkers, the followers, the subscribers. Any support is always really, really appreciated. Even lurking is a form of support, so I appreciate y'all, and I hope you have a great rest of your day or night. Good night! I'll see you next time. Bye-bye!